Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening live stream. And I have a cup of tea today. Instead of coffee, I had enough of it today. No more coffee, that messes everything up with the stomach. Hey, Teresa, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. How has your week been? I hope your week has been great. Mine has been pretty hectic at work, but it's normal considering it is week before the Christmas week, so it's always hectic. Hey, Joseph, good to see you again, brother. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. Okay, being lazy, that could be something nice to do. If you have a busy week, it's nice to have a lazy weekend. Not mine, actually. Always a lot of things to do. Hey, Sandy, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing today, Sandy? I hope your week has been great for you too, Sandy. But I guess you have a lot of things to do as well before Christmas, as everybody else has. And we wait a couple of more minutes. You're most welcome, Sandy. And we wait a couple of more minutes before we get into the topic. We let people have time to join the stream. So, and next week will be a really hectic week for me at work. A lot of things to do, a lot of groceries that need to be delivered. Yeah, that's good, Joseph. Okay, Sandy. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if you're up for it, feel free to click the link and join me up here. And I know you will do that, PV. As usual. How are you doing, PV? I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope you had a great week. Good to see you guys. It's nice to see you. Okay, PV, no problem. Yeah, you have a sec. No problem. Yeah, I muted that one. That's good. Well, we have a great topic for today's live stream. How to set up a community-wide support group. That will be something really interesting to discuss. We give PV a couple of seconds to join, and he will be up here in a moment. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, CR. And there we have Preparedness Veteran. Welcome, brother. Good to see you again.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just give me 1 second, just doing something.
No problem. There is always something you have to do, even if it's take a second.
Right. So since it's Christmas, everybody can see the first ever photo distributed by me.
Yeah.
Of me. That was Afghanistan, 2006, something like
that. Yeah, that looks good. See, PV.
Yeah, well, see, we're at Christmas mode here now, so there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. And Joseph says it's a great pick. And Helen says, ha ha ha, too.
Yeah, I was who we got there. Yeah, I didn't. There's a couple of people who said hello to begin with. I didn't acknowledge them, but yeah, hello, Joseph Moore, CR, Standy's Serenity Corner. Good to see you. Good to have you on board.
It's nice to have you guys. I appreciate it.
Wide family farm, yeah. You know, more the merrier, and
the more the merrier. I agree.
All inputs, good inputs, and throw ideas around, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's a busy time though. Definitely a busy time. Build up to Christmas, hectic, as we discussed last week.
Yeah. Dear Love Survival, good to see you.
Yeah, Costa, good to see you.
Dear Love Survival, how are you doing today, brother? I hope everything is okay with you. Well, PV, what do you say about this topic for today? How to set up a community-wide support group?
Yeah, definitely.
I can't say I am an expert on it, but
definitely a good topic. Definitely. Is this so? It's the same as a sort of a mutual assistance group.
I think I was thinking about that too, but I think this one is different between a mayor group and this type of group. So I think it's two different groups, basically.
So
that is how I see it.
I'll took it like a mag group is a classic sort of thing people visualize when they think of preppers, and they get together and they start training with weapons and all sorts of stuff. Whereas what you're talking about, a community group, is people who come together and help each other in terms in a sort of disaster or localized event, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there is two definite sort of differences there, and we're not talking about an SHTF group as, you know, an apocalyptic type group where people are training defense and guns and all this sort of stuff. Although I suppose that sort of aspect to it can come into it, depending on the type of threat everyone's thinking about coming together with.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the first thing that springs to mind is how people would join or establish a group. You got to find sort of like-minded people. Definitely, you got to establish what threat and what sequence of events you're going to come together for. You could come together for one now in terms of a crime prevention group or a neighborhood watch type group. That's the type of community support group where no one really takes direct action, but it's sort of like an alert system for the rest of the community, where the intelligence picture builds up between each household. So that's I would say that's the lowest level of community support group that people would see and encounter, or they may even be part of now.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yeah.
A couple of years ago, actually many years ago, when I were together with my ex-girlfriend, her stepdad, well, her mother's boyfriend, we had set up a group of neighbors who walked at the evening and the nights and keep an eye on the area for one reason, because there were at that time there were a lot of car breaks in. So what our purpose was, if we saw something, we should call the cops immediately. We shouldn't act or react to that. It was more like of an observation than call the cops, basically. So
yeah. Well, I think first off, if you've got people who are making it known to everyone else that they're actively looking, they're on alert, there's that indicates to any wrongdoer out there that there's a flow of information going on. So if something happens to one household, it'll happen to another.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Guardian can tell you about this because he's probably involved in one.
What kind of question do you want to ask us, dear Survival? I'm willing to share what I have. Are you? Yeah, sure.
All right. What you're saying there is, I'm guessing that the exchange of assets or information between group members. Well, I think first of all, if you're trying to come together as a group in a community, then you should, there should be some sort of definition and purpose and scope for the group. You got to. It shouldn't be any vagueness about it. You should all get together and define what you're going to do in the event of X, Y, and Z. Who's going to provide support? What type of support? An information flow system, like a classic old cascade list, for example. So if someone finds out something's going on, or an event is about to happen, or a disaster is imminent, then they tell the next one in the chain, and the next one in the chain tells the next one in the chain, and so on and so on. That's the basic sort of forms of it. The problem is,
like meerkats.
Yeah, exactly, like meerkats. There's an alert system goes out, and the tentacles of information go out, the grapevine, so to speak, but it's a bit more formally established so that there's not a breakdown of information. Everyone knows who to inform, what speed to inform, and all this sort of thing. Any alarms they have to do, any actions they have to do to set the alert system in motion. The problem I found with sort of groups is any sort of hierarchy. Someone always wants to be in charge for a start off. That could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on the type of event you're looking out for or type of support system you're engaged with. But it can get, who put you in charge sort of thing. Later on down the line, there could be some scope for disgruntlement there. So people have got to think about this sort of thing when they're trying to set one of these things up. I mean, I'm not part of a group in any way, shape, or form, formally, but these are the sort of questions I can imagine coming into scope. Although I've been part of a formal group, you know, the army and so on. So, yeah, you got to define. You got to set down the boundaries and definitions and information flow from the very start, so there's no grey area, nothing gets missed. You know, if you're all on a part of a tsunami watch group, for instance, and someone's in charge of raising the alarm and they fail to raise the alarm because the information flow wasn't there, then that needs addressing. So, yeah, you know, it depends. Each sort of threat, from crime to natural disasters, will come with it, or even intelligence gathering will come with its own specifics.
So I always apologize. I hate eating with a mouthful. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys.
So I'm eating
Good to see you too.
Yeah. So what I just wanted to say is this is such an intriguing and interesting topic. And I think that there are a lot of points as well that preparedness veteran just brought up, which are absolutely true. And one has to look at. Okay. So just fundamentally, I think that it's important that you try and be on good terms with everybody in your community as much as possible, right? The reason why I say so is because everybody's potentially a member of your group in your local area, depending on the variety of situation that could occur, correct? So when it comes down to making sure that you trust absolutely nobody, I've stated this before, so don't trust, like, you really need to be extremely cautious on who you trust. I've burnt myself so many times, like, just by trusting the wrong people and stuff as well. And I guess that's part of life. We learn, right? But I think fundamentally be on good terms with everybody around you. And also at the same time, try and do community outreaches as much as you can. Be involved in your community, like wherever you possibly can. Help out at like a local community outreach area or anything you can. Be involved in local crime prevention groups and stuff like that. Wherever you possibly can, you should have your kind of finger in the pie, you know what I mean? Like, you want to try and help as many people as possible so that you also have a wider array of community understanding in your surroundings. And I think that that's fundamentally what you've really got to try and, like, you know, pilot towards. Like, you just got to try and make sure that you have an understanding of everybody in your area, and then skill set as well. Like, I always speak about this. People that you don't always expect to be able to have the capability to assist you can absolutely, like, come out and be shining members of your group in the right times. So just also be very careful about, you know, saying that somebody might not be, you know, the fittest or something, or they might not be the strongest or whatever, that might not be the smartest, whatever those things. Like, be open to people is all I'm saying about it.
Yeah, there's you know, everyone's got potential, and everyone can contribute and have a say. I think if anyone's trying to establish any sort of formal group, then you got to lay down sort of responsibilities and define roles from the beginning, so there's no ambiguity. And this is in its one of its simplistic forms. If anyone out there is running or has tried to run a family business, for instance, they'll know this, because it's all right being all jolly and friendly with people that you know, but when it comes down to the crunch, it's no use everyone trying to leap, you know, trying to do the same task and leave other tasks out. So it's got to be, you know, and this should come back to sort of regular meetings, regular get-togethers, regular training. I'm not talking about real training when it comes to you know, train everyone on first aid or train everyone else on how to use the kitchen cook set or anything like that. But train as in doing dry runs and drills and setting equipment up if there's any equipment involved. For instance, if let's say people put a community support group together for a tornado response in their village, for example, and there's obviously going to be some sort of destruction involved. So people might think, okay, we'll set up some sort of food station or a community overnight shelter, and it'll involve people getting in blankets, people running the kitchen, making brews, or getting the tea and coffee in. Somewhat, it was even as simple as that. Food and water and drinks. It's quite a detailed task, really, because you got to source the water from somewhere. You've got to have someone who's capable of cooking something edible. you got to have someone to provide the electricity, the gas, tables, chairs, venue, and all this sort of stuff. And it can get quite complex. And that's just a simple example there. It can go all the way through to emotional support as well, or setting up. You could set up a scenario where you could provide a room in your house for friends if they need a room because something's happened, and likewise they'll return the favor if something happens to you. So yeah, I think
exactly. So it's precisely that, right? So it's having the capability to also, like, I think you mentioned there as well, paying it forward. Like, brilliantly said there. I mean, that's what it comes down to, and also, like, the amount of good that you can, if you do research into disaster scenarios that have happened in the past as well, like, you can see extremely large amounts. If you're ever feeling down about the world, go and like do that. Go do some research, and take you like a couple of minutes just to like look into amounts of times, and you can research it. Like, it's so easy to find out. Like, if you Google something like that, like, so many different stories will pop up of exactly what I'm talking about, where human beings have been absolutely like amazing. However, there are people that are naive about this, and then what they'll do is they'll like the people that go to try and like they'll go and interact, or they'll go and do these peace journeys through like known extremely violent and dangerous areas, and then they'll do like stupid things where just it lacks logic. You hear what I mean? Like, it's just but my main point is, yes, people are awesome, but at the same time, watch out. I'll always give that message about this type of topic, though. I think that people want to remember that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even. I wouldn't even trust a group of friends or neighbours to get together and provide a security watch overnight at a house. Even trained personnel fall down at that point.
Who guards the guardsman? So,
well, yeah. So, like, and I've seen this happen. I mean, this happened to us in Bosnia, Kosovo. Sorry, we're out in this isolated location in Kosovo. There's 12 of us, and obviously we provide a guard overnight. So two guys, and wake up in the morning, 4 in the morning, and the system's broken down. Joe was supposed to wake up Dave, who was supposed to wake up Jim, who was supposed to wake up Bob. The sequence of events just didn't happen. Someone thought, oh yeah, I'm wide awake, I'll stay another hour or so. And then they woke up the next bloke who fell asleep on watch, or that sort of thing. And it's just ridiculous. And that's for trained personnel in a threat environment. And if you can't trust those guys to do it, and they're well-trained guys, then how are you going to trust a bunch of friends and neighbors? You need, it's a difficult one in that sort of situation.
Yeah, it is.
Also desensitization. So people that have been through a lot of those type of scenarios that have actually got like field experience and stuff like that as well. I'm not speaking about myself. I have no field experience in that means. And I think that it's important that I state that, obviously. But I do think that those people that have been desensitized through warfare type scenarios as well, and a lot of trauma, those type of scenarios, because like the human mind can only take a certain amount, right? And then people do go through like very dramatic, traumatic experiences, like after different scenarios have occurred. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, is so I mean, I've got this vision, not a vision I want to do necessarily, but when you mention community support group, or a group that gets together after disaster, you immediately think of, right, who am I going to pick to be in my group? So out of the neighbours on my street, we'll pick the doctor. We'll go and ask him. We'll pick the plumber. We'll go and ask him. There's an ex-army guy down the road. We'll ask him. And you got this sort of dream team in your head.
The dentist. Nobody ever says the dentist. Like have you ever had like an abscess? Like you need the dentist. It's important.
Yeah, I was thinking about dentists too.
Yeah, so the main point is
a vet too.
Yeah, the main point is skilled. So you start dreaming up this dream team of skills in your head, and firstly you got to approach these people, get them on board, and if the threat is crime, for instance, then if if there's any sort of credible mindset, then they should be on board. It's just how deep a level do they want to get involved, if you see what I mean. If it's any sort of disaster like an earthquake, for instance, or tsunami, or rainstorm, snowstorm, that's slightly different. That's slightly lower level. I think it's more beneficial if these people can bring their own resources and skill sets together to help everyone else in their group. And that's a slightly different thing than providing gear, equipment, time, and effort for victims that aren't in the group. So if you're setting up a community group, then who's going to finance the gear and equipment and push their time into helping people that don't even know but are within their community? Yeah, that's a different, the person who's setting up this group might have all good intentions to do it, but other people can start thinking, hang on a minute, what's in it for me? So there's a lot of wheels in motion and things to be thought about, I think.
So working backwards from the fact that you've got to expect people to do you harm, right? So going from that understanding of not trusting people at all and like having them earn your trust to a degree is a really amazing thing too, and binds people so much like stronger. I think that when it comes to obviously people looking out for number one, like themselves, you can't even blame people, right? Like that's ideally what the human instinct will drive somebody to do, is to like obviously protect number one, protect yourself and like those close to you and stuff. So like when it comes to people understanding like group dynamics as well, and like the psychological element of how to keep people feeling united and safe and mostly just like loved within their group. And it's funny that you say like that I bring up love and stuff as well, but the thing is that is really like if you have no like trust, then you can't have friendship, right? If you have no vulnerability with others, you can't build anything. You can only capitalize and build upon any sort of relationships, friendships, those type of things once you have that vulnerability that somebody else has. I think that means that in those types of scenarios and situations, that type of thing is very, very dangerous, because it can end your life, obviously, right? Like you can end up trusting the wrong people and having like a really detrimental situation. I think at the end of the day, just realize that people will look after themselves, but if you approach the situation in that way, like I think that people will surprise you if you let them. The whole cheesy cliche saying, but it's true.
Yeah, I think initially, if you're going to start thinking about setting up one of these things, then it'd be good to get think about the threat involved, what type of actions you can broadly sort of take, and a brief description and outline of what the group's going to be involved with, and then start thinking about vetting people. How are you going to vet people? How are you going to be, is skill and knowledge a key factor? Is just anybody a key factor?
You make one mistake though, right? You make one mistake and your life is forfeit. like, or everything that you have. Like you you trust the wrong person. You can only make that decision once. And like if you do make the wrong decision though, like that's where, because they can take your stuff, they can be somebody from another group that's there to jeopardize your stuff, they can essentially sabotage you, they can take like owners of any material or physical possessions that you have or members of your group. Like you've got to I don't want to go too deep down that rabbit hole of like real SHTF, like long term. And I think that people should also realize that in this happening, the ways in which this would happen, like in SHTF type scenario, would definitely depict the way that people would communicate with one another as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've heard of some prepper groups, and I know a guy I used to speak to in America who was trying to establish a prepper group, and he was talking about drawing up contracts, vetting people, and all this sort of stuff. And I said to him, "Well, if SHTF ever happened, what would you do if someone decided to leave the group?" And generally, eventually, he came around to saying, "Well, we'll have to kill him." You know, it's that's a bit of an extremism. But yeah, people got to think about who they're having into their group, and this can only come about through regular meetings, talking to the people, practicing this sort of thing. And at the end of the day, they can quite easily sell out, and they can divert goods through to other people for other gains. Just like we've seen, I'll give you two examples. One is that we've seen, and it's been run for decades, is aid agencies. The amount of times we've heard about aid agencies getting the aid actually not reaching the people that's intended to, been diverted or ambushed or sold on or corrupted, and the actual target audience didn't get it.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, it does. 100%.
All the time. And I've seen it all the way from Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan. See it all the time. Anyway, and you're hearing about this now with aid agencies in Israel sending, or the aid that's going into the Gaza Strip is getting ambushed by Hamas and looted and all sorts for other gains. NGOs, I don't know why they call them NGOs, because they're non-governmental organisation. Well, the government is fully involved in these things. I don't know why they call them that. Anyway, the other thing we regularly see, and I guess what we're trying to mimic, is the emergency services. That's what I've got in my mind for a community support group. So the emergency service, who we got the police, fire brigade, and the ambulance service, the three sort of main core elements of a support group. So police, law and order, you've got the ambulance who provide first aid, life support, the fire brigade,
and then we have the security guards as well.
Yeah, so if you translate those three, the fire brigade is support, not only firefighting but rescue. So those three core sort of elements you could think about overlapping into your group. So if your group is involved in some sort of localized disaster support, then have you got any first aid trained people? Are they all going to carry their own individual first aid kits or community first aid kits around with them, or are they going to go to a central hub and get it and then distribute aid, or the people going to come into a centralized first aid point and receive aid that way? And then stop anyone nicking all the gear. You need some sort of security, so that's sort of the police side of it. And the rescue side of it, you could say that's the fire rescue side of it. So when the initial event happens, all these three key areas or skill sets spring to life, and they jump into their roles and rescue life support, first aid, and protection afterwards. And you can even think about having some sort of safe haven to retreat backwards, where you can start treating casualties or making an overnight facility for people, a safe haven for people till it all blows over. If it's, say, a hurricane, for instance, you might want to set up a community shelter and that sort of thing. There's quite a few different variables involved. I suppose we'd have to talk about specific threats, from, say, crime prevention groups to hurricane support groups, or that sort of thing.
Yeah, the different categories. Yeah.
I mean, natural disaster is probably a good one. Well, I'd say split into two areas: natural disasters and crime prevention. So for natural disaster, for instance, you've got to assume that I don't know, a large portion of the village or your group, their houses have been wiped out, stuff like that. So shelter, food, first aid, and then think about the after effects. How are you going to, because they can't stay there forever, transition them on afterwards to a more permanent sort of facility where they can live, basically temporary, until their house gets rebuilt and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and also areas that are like really unexpected for there to be disasters like that. A lot of the time, water is obviously one of the first things that really becomes such a pivotal situation, where they don't, like, a really, really problematic situation where people get dehydration, and then also not just that, but they don't have water filters, they don't have access to clean drinking water either. So, like, a lot of the time, people also don't have the knowledge to be able to filtrate water for household items and stuff. And that's unfortunate. Like, that's where, it's raising awareness within preparedness should be something that we should try and advocate to do. It's just, obviously, it's become almost this niche thing. And it's, if you look about a good couple of years back, it was so much more widespread to understand the importance of self-reliance. But that's kind of just, drifted away slowly.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking quite complex things here, but we can simplify it and go back to COVID. When lockdown kicked in, there's quite a few support community groups that were kicking off all over the country here. And they were, for example, the church parish in a local village here. All the church parish were looking for volunteers on Facebook. A load of volunteers popped up. And they were basically going door to door with known elderly or vulnerable people and saying, right, if you need anything, give us a shopping list. I'll go out and buy it, come back, give you the goods, and then you can pay me the money. And that was going on for quite a while here. So that was quite a simplistic community group, but it was quite effective. And I know a couple of people who actually used that and were reliant on it, because not only everyone could go out shopping for essential stuff and all that sort of thing, but there's quite a few people who didn't want to go out because they felt they were at the age where they were vulnerable, or they had underlying ailments where they didn't really want to risk it. Because at that time, working off the information we're given at the time, if you go out and caught COVID, it could have potentially finished you if you're over the age of 80, or you had underlying conditions and so on. Yeah.
I think we got a good dry run in stuff, not all completely dry run, but we definitely got a good, just test of what things could potentially be like. And I think that in some ways our systems have also been like upgraded and more to, more modernized, like, ways of dealing with something like that, like a pandemic or something. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like before. I think that we would have had a lot bigger problems by things like that. Also, give me just 5 minutes quickly. I'll be right back on this panel. I really enjoy chatting with you guys. I actually look forward to Saturday evenings with you guys as well.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So CR says there, I was giving out TP toilet paper rolls out to friends. And Sandy Serenity Corner says, here,
I have know
everybody,
what PIF is, but
friends PIF when possible. To friends PIF. No, you have to elaborate on that, CR. Anyway, Sandy Serenity Corner says, here, everyone was fighting about masks. So, I mean, the thing about the lockdown, it was a good kick up the arse for a lot of people. A lot of people out there, you know,
that
they
was
just
a really good wake-up call.
completely sideswiped a load of people. It completely woke people up in terms of, oh, hang on a minute, these preppers aren't as, you know, stupid or as kooky or goofballish as they were, you know, all made out to be. And it sparked off now a lot of people who weren't in any sort of preparedness mindset beforehand are now. Right, so CR says pay it forward.
Yeah,
so it says,
PIF.
So I was giving toilet paper rolls out to friends, paid in forward. Right, okay, yeah, right, yeah. So, yeah, I think you've got to define what you're going to do. Identify who you've got an idea of you want to be in your group, and it could be something as simple like lockdowns where you just put an all call out. Any volunteers required to help the elderly community in our area. Then what I suggest people do is, you know, recruit a core group of volunteers who are responsible for getting together and planning and supporting the group. Then have regular meetings, a regular venue for those meetings. It could be someone's back room, or it could be the local church. It could be the local village hall. Create a plan for responding to the emergencies. You know, and it should outline how the group provides support to the community or to other members in the event of a disaster. And then they should have a supply of resources to call upon, whether that be a group pile of resources, community group, or a central point where they go and get it, food, water, first aid kits, and that sort of thing. And then have some sort of information flow as to how they're going to disseminate the information, not only to each other if anything actually happens, but to the community, so they're aware of a group that's there to support them in case a disaster happens. If that happens, if you got the community on board, then you're potentially up for a bit of funding then. So, you know, I mean, this pool of food, water, and first aid kits and so on isn't going to come out of fresh air. Someone's got to pay for it. So
yeah, exactly.
So you could have some sort of plan where you could either get sponsorship or a community fund going, where you could seek funding from your parish council or your local council or your village, whatever it's called, to access and buy all this food, water, and first aid kits. Problem with that is, as soon as you get any sort of money involved from a community, then you're talking about tracking and auditing that money and who's going to buy the stuff. You know, 2 secs.
Yeah, no problem. I am on a lockdown every day and have been for years, so I have been training myself already. That's a good idea to train yourself if you have been on a lockdown that way long.
I'm just off to the toilet, Shadow. I'll be
Hey,
back in a minute.
Courtney, good to see you. Yeah, I'll give you a minute. No problem. How are you doing, Courtney? Good to see you. I hope your week has been good. Speak of toilet paper, lol. Yeah. Well, you can't be without it. That will mess things up and makes things a little bit more difficult than it is. Good to hear, Courtney. I have been on a lockdown since I got married. Okay, that one was new. We need to prepare ourselves from now for society breakdown. No more shops, ATMs, etc. I agree, but you need a reliable group that you know can do the job and do the tasks. You give your members of the group. They need to have the skill to do. If there is a certain task that need or requires special skills, you need a person in your group that can take care of it. My wife is now giving me that look. Okay, that look. Okay. And besides, it can be tricky to find the right people or for the group, especially if you're looking for people who have a special skill set, like a medic, a veterinarian, or a mechanic. And you need to know people who might know someone who have that skill set. I agree with that, Dear Love Survival. I agree with that. In these days, it can be tricky to find people that you can trust.
Right.
The best thing is, yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, so you know, after you could get some funding, but there's an auditing thing involved then. So you got to be transparent, and that can be. It starts to get a bit more complicated when there's money involved. But you know,
Yeah.
where's all this gear going to come from? Food, water, first aid kits, generator for power, lighting, tables, chairs. You know, a place to carry out this sort of thing. So yeah, and after all that sort of thing, you know, when you get to that stage, you can start to train, establish what you're going to do in the event of, and you establish your effectiveness of the group. Do you need to carry on doing more training? Is there going to be cross training, specialist training? You're going to have to do a course where you're going to have to pay to do that course.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite complicated. Or, you know, like I said earlier, it could get as simplistic as, I mean, I'm in a road at the moment where there's about 4 or 5 of us are on the same song sheet, and I've got a doctor, a plumber, a gardener, and a couple of other different skill sets involved. And we all said to each other, and this is as simple as it gets, really, if anything happens, we'll all get a res together and decide what we're going to do about it. And they're all in agreement. And that's before we establish any sort of vetting, any sort of skills or anything like that. We're mainly, what I was talking about is basically, if any sort of unrest kicks off, we'll all get together, and as one group we can protect or try and protect our houses and the road. We can block the road off quite easily, left and right. It's one road in, one road out job. So that's the sort of thing we got in place now in a simplistic sort of form. But when it gets a bit more complicated and you're talking about skill sets and groups and supporting community, then yeah, it's a slightly different scenario. And after you've done all this, you got, you could have funding, you got gear, you got people trained, you practiced. You can start partnering them with other support groups in the next village and the village beyond that, so that
So you basically have created a network of small community groups, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
In a chain, basically. So
yeah. So if an event happens in your community and no one else's community, the support groups in the other communities could all come together and help your support group, and you could have a much bigger and more effective group then. So instead of you as one group dealing with something, then you've got 3 or 4 outlying towns or villages coming to help you. So you 4 times the ability to deal with whatever you got to deal with. Problem with that is, training group to group as well. So it's all right training within your group to support whatever you're going to do, but I suggest if loads of outlying communities are doing the same thing, then you all sort of get together and train together in that aspect as well.
Daryl Savell says, question, having meetings in different places, is that a good idea?
Yeah, if there is anyone out there who is watching you, or who's got envious eyes in you, or who wants to do ill harm to the group or try to subvert the group or sabotage the group in any way, one way around it is to avoid routine with the meetings, have it in different locations.
You change location every time you have a new meeting, so you're not on the same place.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that many scenarios I can think that that's going to be the case. Yeah, I suppose you could think of the gang culture scenario with that. Whereas if you're within your area or your turf, then you're going to be in a secure area anyway, because you're going to have outlying people looking out for you. So he's just said there, because each place could be a bug out location. Right. So yeah. Okay. So if your community support route is working out of a bug out location, then yeah, I wouldn't meet at the bug out location. I'll meet in other places. And you could even, you could even take turns to go around people's houses who are in that group and hold your meetings there. But yeah, it's a good point. Security.
Yeah, security is an important thing.
He said, "You guys are not coming to London. I am doomed." Costa, you need to get out of London drastically. Yeah, it's not looking favourable. A favoured location at the moment.
So Yeah, I think that this is another topic where balance comes in strongly, like having the ability to be the wolf and the sheep. You know what I mean? So sometimes it really calls for a situation. So if a bigger group comes upon you and they do happen to, interact with yours, then you're in trouble if they are more aggressive and they are more. It's hard to put without sounding like I'm going like I want to go out there to form the largest and most aggressive group. But I think that if you really want to have a safe group as well, you need to be extremely vicious at the same time. And that really comes down to the way that you protect the people that you are in your community as well. And I think that it comes down to making sure that you don't unfairly, like you're not going out there and like trying to cause ruin or damage at all. That should never be the case. However, you should definitely have the capability to completely protect yourself. And when I say that, I mean protect yourself, and the best defense is offense, correct? In some ways.
Yeah, this is what I was indicating earlier. So part of the three core aspects, you got your police and your security side of it. I mean, yeah, I forget the word police, but people get on me the security aspect of it. And if they're talking, I'm suspecting that the real is talking about, as he says there, jihadis and local gangs. Then security is going to be a massive aspect of it. And you're talking about a defensive sort of group where you're either denying people coming into a certain area or you're actively there repelling a group of people that you don't want to be there. Yeah, it's another strand to the scenario, I suppose. But, what groups do provide is safety in numbers, and you get an increased sense of safety and security when you're in a group of people. More so when you're in a group of people who know what you're all working towards. You're all working towards the same goal, and they're all willing to help and provide some sort of sense of peace of mind during whatever crisis you're involved with. Resources is a key aspect, because it's okay when people are working towards a common goal and resources are plentiful, i.e. it's a localized event and the event's going to end soon. You can pull resources together quite easily, and food, water, shelter, clothing, medical supplies, power, generator, all that sort of thing, fuel is going to be more forthcoming, as opposed to when the outlook for resources is going to be nil or non-existent. So if it's a major event where you're just not going to get any support in terms of food, water, medical, and all that sort of stuff, complete SHTF, then you're talking about a completely different set of scenarios there, where that stuff is gold. It's never going to get replicated again. And the security aspects of that is going to be key. So shared resources. And if you're in a group where you've got shared resources, who in that group is going to want to share their own personal food, water, and shelter with someone else in that group if there's a bit of distrust? So, it's a resources. It's all well and good until if the resources are plentiful, but a different story when they're not. Likewise, if someone that's been appointed as a sort of storeman or quartermaster for a group of shared resources, that's the guy holding all the cards, because he's got everything. Forget money. What he's got, he's the richest man in the area, because he's got all the food, all the water, all the shelter, all the medical supplies, the clothing, the fuel, generators, etc., etc. So he has got to be.
And that is gold worth.
In he's got to be the person to trust. And if people want to go down that road where they have a group of shared resources and they got one person appointed to look after that, then that's another key decision to think about. I suggest you go down the 2 or 3 person control with that sort of thing, where no one person is in charge of such precious items. You get no matter how trustworthy you think they are now, have 2 or 3 people, 2 minimum, that's in control of those assets. And when I say in control of, not just auditing those, but the keys to the locker, the bunker, the building, the houses, all this stuff. So no one person is in command of that stuff. And this is the way we used to do it in the army. When you were talking about classified equipment from restricted upwards to top secret, it's never single person control. It's always 2 person control for that sort of reason, the trust issue. And we're talking about people who are vetted, formally vetted. Then
I think even people that, sometimes obviously with vetting people as well, you were speaking about that too earlier, about having a vetting system. There's a lot to say about that and ways that you kind of know. Yeah, I think one of just time, surprisingly, is one of the best indicators too, because people can only put up a mask and a rise for a certain while, and eventually the truth always comes out. It's something that my grandmother, my late grandmother, used to say, and I was blessed to have grown up with her. She always used to say, the truth will come out, and eventually the truth will come out, and what's done in the dark will come out in the light, right? And that's very, very true within itself, because people really can only put up a mask for about 6 months or something like that, usually roughly around that. I'm not every time, but I mean on average. And then things start to flake through. And obviously all of us have flaws. It's not like as soon as a person shows flaws, you think to yourself that that person is just completely condemned. But it varies in situations as well, and severity of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a key issue, the vetting and trust side of it. Because I'll give you an example. Right, in the army, if you've got there's 2 types of vetting. Security clearance, this is the British Army, and developed vetting. Developed vetting is for frequent uncontrolled access to top secret information and equipment. So these guys, I used to be vetted to that level. It's not an easy and simple task. So these guys go through a vetting system where it takes about 18 months normally. And there's all sorts of figures banned. You can't put a price to this system. And you get a separate establishment to come in. Multiple questionnaires involved, personal. Everything gets asked on a questionnaire basis. Then you get interviews, a series of interviews. And some of these interviews can last 3 or 4 hours. Their friends, family, and other key people that are put on as witnesses, they all get interviewed, and some of them interviews can last 2 or 3 hours. They delve back into your family history, they delve into your bank account. No stone is left unturned. Everything, criminal record, that's done on minute 1. That's a simple thing. So after all this has happened, you're then entrusting this person with frequent uncontrolled access to top secret information, equipment, and so on. The amount of people I've known to go through all this procedure, their job is on the line, their wages are on the line, their family is on the line, their rank is on the line, their career is on the line. And then they've had the vetting for 5, 6, 7 years plus. All of a sudden, they fail their vetting because the integrity has fallen down somewhere. So if that happens to someone who's gone through all that sort of procedure, where so much is on the line, people out there have got to consider that their friend down the street that they've known for a couple of years, for instance, what are they going to, how can they potentially fall over? Under what scenario and what integrity are they going to collapse on? So like you say, yeah, I think Guardian's right there. One of the key factors involved with vetting is time, definitely, because over time, a long period of time, you can't really put a figure on how long that is. You can establish whether someone is trustworthy or not, really, and that that comes with time and scenario basis as well. You gradually get to, as you talk to people, you gradually get to know their attitude, which is key, their integrity. That's the one of the, probably the thing above all. Do they lie? Everyone lies to a certain extent. Someone who hasn't, out there who hasn't lied, but that's an example of how vetting can break down. And so beware, folks. If someone who runs the business, what they say is the person most likely to nick from you, steal from you, is your own employees. So, if you've got access to a lot of gear and supplies, people within your group know where those gears and supplies are. How do you think they can be subverted and persuaded to pass those supplies on or gain some sort of other benefit from passing some of those supplies on? And some of these supplies could be just information. So key thing is beware. That's what I'm going to say. Don't get your fingers burnt. Yeah,
Vanessa, in many problem situations, many individuals fail to act. Yeah, that's true.
This comes down to, any sort of group, whether it be an SHTF mutual assistant group or a localized small disaster level group or support, any level of support is going to be welcome. And you've got to meet with each other, train with each other, and establish a scheme of work. There's plenty of groups out there we hear about every day, from cave rescue to mountain rescue to the lifeboat teams. They're all volunteers, and they come together, they work well with each other, they all train together, they're trained to a high level. Obviously they've got funding, but that's an example of some sort of a localized group that works. And I suppose there's many models you can pick from to decide how you're going to do it. Cobbling together a bunch of people with guns and a couple of IFACs isn't going to really work at the end of the day. Okay, if you've got a riot situation going on, you can get a couple of people with guns stood at one end of the street and a couple of people with guns stood at the other level of the street. That could deter a couple of people, yeah. Give it 5 or 6 hours, 7, 8 hours plus. Who's going to relieve those guys? Where they're going to sleep?
And that can be difficult to relieve these guys.
Yeah, a riot kicks off. Right, yeah, you go down that end of the street, we'll cover this end of the street, and we'll stop them coming. 9 hours passes, 12 hours passes. You can't stay in there for 12 hours without feeling the effects of the strain and fatigue. So who's going to replace them?
So one of the ways that you can kind of set that up as well is obviously just make sure that you have the situation completely under control, but you can actually put people in scenarios, if you have the manpower to, to completely surround the area as well, you can almost see with newcomers like that might stumble upon, and you set up different situations and scenarios, almost bait to a degree, and you see how they would react, and that would usually to determine like what type of character that somebody would personally have. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of ways to strategically vet somebody as they come past like the place where wherever your location may be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, people, there are downsides. Obviously, it only takes one bad apple in the group to bring the rest of the group down as well. Group cohesion. Group cohesion. How often everybody must have heard the saying, "Oh, why did you leave? Oh, we had a clash of personalities. There was a personality clash." Well, hang on, what does that mean? Does that mean one bad apple in the group spoils it for everyone, or someone's attitude in the group spoiled it for everyone? So this is the type of thing that gets ironed out through regular training and meetups. You see, if there's any sort of bad apple in the group, idiot, or someone who's going to put everyone's backs up and make everyone go inefficient, then that will be identified more than likely through regular meetups, regular training, regular practices. That sort of thing will be ironed out, and it will come up. What won't come to light is the actual reaction under the proper stress of the situation. But you can't really train for that until you're actually in it. So
Exactly.
So yeah, like-minded people.
It was a Greek who helped the Persians to get around the Greek Spartans. Yeah.
Yeah. An information flow system. I've come across a couple in my time. One of them we see, we used to see regularly. You still see it now every now and then in the smaller coastal towns, and that's for the lifeboat crews. And what they do is when the lifeboat gets called out, they used to fire up a thing called a maroon, which is like a big flare. Lets off a big bang, flare goes up, and it comes down a parachute like a Shimuli flare. And that would alert anyone in the local village. They'd hear it, they'd see it at night. And then it's a call for them to get back to the lifeboat station because they're on a call out. And then later on, that developed into a paging system where they'd carry pages around with them. And then, of course, now they probably have their mobile phones with them, and they just give them some sort of private group text to everyone saying, there's a job going, go. That's one system I've seen happen. And the other one is a cascade system where someone gets an initial call and then there's a flow diagram. So he looks at it and says, right, who do I have to contact? I have to contact Jim and Bob. So he phones up Jim and Bob. That's his job done as far as information flow goes. As far as Jim or Bob go, they get the phone call from me, and it's their job to inform Dave and Tom, for instance, and it goes on from there until everyone in the group in that chain or link system, cascade system, is informed, and they go to it and react. So Sandy Serenity Corner says there's always one idiot in the group. Don't you watch disaster movies? Yeah. Well, yeah. The classic old disaster films. They always have a tendency to get a collection of people from the person who's running away from something to the person who's just had a divorce from his wife, and they're both there, and they get back together at the end of the film and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's a classic one.
The old disaster films of the 70s and 80s, they were good. Airport 77 and all that sort of stuff with Ernest Borgnine and
I disagree. Like that's strange that I actually disagree with that. But like I have this whole long explanation as to I think we all could die, sure. But I think that in the next 10 years or so, in the next decade, we will see so much advancements with medicine and technology that could absolutely give us such a paradigm shift. And I'm speaking quite honestly on the way that technology works. So, like, obviously, with Moore's law and stuff like that, like, technology is exponential, the growth of it, right? And as it is right now, we are very close to certain. There's tests and tons of science that's been put into it, and tons of money that's put into this as well. Obviously, because whoever can come up with the public capability to extend life to a degree as well. I'm not saying like to be immortal or something like that. I'm just saying like we definitely are. If you look back in the past, right, like the average life expectancy and see how that's been increased, then you take into consideration that and you put it parallel to like modern day life, and then you like see how much artificial and general AI could potentially assist that as well. And because of the way that human beings learn very, very slowly, correct? And because they learn so slowly, if you could put that against the way that artificial intelligence could learn upon itself and also expand rapidly, then there's a very, very good chance that within the next decade to 2 decades, we could absolutely see ways that they bring the testing, which is currently being done to mice, where mice have got, they take very aged old mice and stuff as well, and then they do certain treatments to them, and you can see their hair growing back, and you can see like the mouse actually gets younger. Like they're already doing insane types of tests that are out there right now if you look into this rabbit hole. But I'm very much somebody who believes that like life can be expanded upon. I don't want to live forever because I have my reasons, but I do think that living 150 years or 200 years could be very comfortable for myself. I think that the idea of having limited life to like about 100 years at the moment, or 110 as it currently could be if you live properly, I think that's daunting in a way. I don't like the idea of that. I think that we should be living longer, and we might very well be very soon. That was such a long ramble, but I just wanted to express and explain exactly in detail why I believe that we could see 150 years pretty soon.
Yeah, technology is people have got to use technology these days to aid their, it's just another tool in the box. But they've got to think about how they're going to power that technology. You could give someone with really low level skills a flow diagram on a tablet, for instance, or their phone, and or through a series of apps, and they'll be far more efficient. Sorry, efficient's not really the right word. More capable of carrying out a task than normal. Give an example. Every year, everyone in the British Army gets trained in battlefield casualty drills. First aid on the battlefield. I'm not talking about, everyone gets trained in first aid anyway, but this is a sequence of events as to what to do with a person with a responsive scale, not GCS scale, and how you deal with them. And it's just basically a flow diagram. So is the person breathing? Yes. Carry out X, Y, and Z. Is the person bleeding? Yes. Carry out X, Y, and Z, and so on and so on. And the person knows how to, stop the bleed. So stops the bleed, extract him to the first aid point, extract him to the, easy to do with a simple flow diagram, a booklet, or tablet or phone, as opposed to someone being confused in the height of the moment under stressful situations. And this sort of thing could be easily given to anyone in any situation. So if you're on a security role, for instance, you might have a sequence of events to carry out. So if you got a guy out on the perimeter, little flow diagram. If anything happens, call this number, or go around to the front area, or go around to the side street, or whatever. So technology, you use it as best as you can, but you got to think about how you're going to power that technology, how you're going to recharge it, and keep it going if the power fails. And as we all know, power is a fragile commodity in any disaster.
Yeah, it's very sensitive equipment, so it can break easily if you're not careful or handle it carefully.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's going to try and set up any sort of other group that's not a local group, maybe they don't want to get involved with their friends and neighbours. Maybe they want to get involved with something else. They could try putting the feelers out on the internet through forums, through Facebook forums or chat rooms, stuff like this. But, and this is the big thing, the big but, you're dealing with people, you're essentially setting yourself up for a blind date, really. So you've got to tread carefully with that sort of scenario. Watch what you're getting involved with. Watch what you're trying to set up. You could be, with all best intentions, getting involved with a group of people that you think are all fine and dandy, and it all looks well and gleaming. Next thing you know, you get a knock at the door for the police, and you've just been implicated with an extremist group that you didn't have any idea about, that you were getting yourself involved with. And next thing you know, you're in trouble and you're trying to explain yourself.
Which can be pretty hard to explain.
Yes, so beware. I mean,
hey CB, good to see you, man.
These chats here, for instance, 3 of us here. Every week, if I go away and do something extreme and then the police get me, and they think, right, this guy's part of a network, let's drag in Shadow, let's drag in Guardian, you're going to get SWAT teams, and you're going to be under the spotlight. So how do you know this guy? What do you know about him? How long have you known him? So these are the sorts of things you got to think about, really, when you're when you start getting involved with groups across the internet. So you just got to tread carefully, really.
Yeah.
It's actually really funny. So here in South Africa, there are actually quite a few of those extremist groups. Yeah. And at one stage, there was like a lot of rumors going around and they were fear-mongering a lot. So my mom was like kind of getting involved with this one group. And then they wanted like a monthly membership. And my mom was like, that sounds shady. So she like stopped communicating with them and stuff like that. And then just like a few months after that, it actually came out that some people were like really extremist and they were like planning like an attack like on like a community of people. Like it was like crazy. Obviously not everyone was involved with it, but it was that group under that name. And my mom would have been like under a membership thing with them. So it's very real that you need to be careful with who you associate with, because it's guilty by association in that regard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And these days, it's like a spider web of intel. As you say, guilty by association. So, the key instigator was Mr. X, who was conversed with 7 people, and they conversed with 7 people, and they conversed with 7 people, and lo and behold, you're the 5th person down the chain of the web, and then you're implicated. And when money is involved like that, alarm bells should start ringing with people.
Absolutely, because what is it going for? What is that membership for? What are you paying? And if I can't answer that,
I see this. Well, I don't see it. You hear about this sort of thing throughout time, where with bespoke religious groups and sects, things like that, and they have to contribute a certain amount to the greater cause and the greater good and all this sort of thing. And people, before it gets to that stage, some of these groups start to adopt a sort of grooming regime where you're that deep into it, the group, that there's no real other way out, because you now made it a way of life for you. And if you want to continue it, you have to start contributing. I think back in the 70s, there was a group called the Moonies. They were sort of similar to that. And there's been other ones in the past. So yeah, and for me, alarm bells will ring definitely if money's asked for or money's involved like that. But I mean, if you are part of a group, or you have spoken to neighbours and things like this, and you have practiced a couple of times, you got to keep the ball rolling. You got to keep the interest level current, the training current, for people to want to keep participating in as well. Because some people, normalcy bias in the group may kick in, and people might start dropping off the radar. So you got to actively keep these people involved, keep the interest level going, and keep the motivation going, really. Any sort of conflict that develops, address it straight away.
I actually really like that idea. I agree with you 100%, preparedness veteran.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously there will be failures. It won't be.
It's one of the smartest ways to do it, though. Like what you're saying, like, I don't know. It's definitely, you speak with experience,
Yeah, I think people these days are a lot more cautious to getting scammed and things like this than, say, 20 or 30 years ago. So it can be a lot easier to do it nowadays, especially with, if you're doing it from a distance, where you can Skype someone or have a VTC with someone as well, and band about ideas and training methods and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyone got any ideas or questions in the audience there? We've got Idaho Garden Guild there, Hugo Homesteads. Turned up.
So I think like one of the greatest parts of life is connection to other people and stuff as well, communicating, and like just the different types of because there's so many different types of people, right? And then just the way that people interact with one another as well, I think is extremely interesting. And then if you look at ways where you have kind of groups like this, I don't know, like obviously my original statement, I'll always stand by that, is that you've got to try and be on good terms with everybody as well. Not on super good terms, you know what I mean? Just have like a good grounding with as many people in your community as much as possible, because quite often in most SHTF type scenarios, like people, like it's situations where you'll need the community around you. It's pointless being prepared and then only being prepared for yourself or something, and then you know what I mean? Like knowledge is transferable. Items and gear are very limited, and even if you have the best preps in the whole world, like eventually, like you potentially you just have a chance of your preps being taken, and then you also have the capability of like things just breaking over time, because they're only going to last for so long, right? But community skills that people can work together, and the reason why humanity has always lived in like cities and villages and places together like that, communal, is because we have so much better strength in numbers. So obviously there is always that danger.
But also the only reason it's ever worked is because, and I think this is a very important part of having like a community, is prior to having that community, like I think like rules and consequences need to be discussed, because you can't like wait until someone like, sorry for the language, but like fucks up to then decide like what the plan is. You know, like you need to have like okay, if somebody does X, Y, and Z, then we kick them out of the group. Or if they do this, like what is your punishment? Like what is a consequence to, because otherwise people are just going to misbehave within the group. And if there's no like real consequence for it, it's like children in a way. You know, you need to have boundaries set up before you can let new people in.
Yeah, I mean the the discipline side of it. So then you got to decide then as a group who's going to, you know, the sanction system. Who's going to decide that person's out of line? Is it a single person or the group, or is it going to be a complaint system, or and then who is going to dish out the sanction or the punishment? And that could get very nasty if you know, afterwards there could be repercussions. Probably the best if the group decides as a whole. But generally, I mean, if you think about things like hobby groups, where you get people, I mean, in England here we have various groups around the country. We have radio.
You have
groups.
knitting groups, sewing groups, and you have different.
Yeah, so, I mean,
painting groups. You have a lot of
ham radio groups, cricket groups, train spotters groups, that sort of stuff. When you think about those types of groups, they all sort of, because there's a common goal and common interests and an enthusiasm to go to those groups and contribute, you really don't generally get any major problems. But the delineation factor is that there's no event-focused time frame there. So you know what happens is there's no day of the races, so to speak. So you might get someone who's bolshy, someone who speaks over everyone, and someone indecisive and that sort of thing. But it doesn't really matter because there's no sort of measurable events to gauge that from. So with any sort of emergency or disaster group, then how are you going to measure the success rate of that group? How are you going to toe the line or put someone in line who's gone, you know, either gone rogue or is upsetting the group or is starting to drag the group down in some way, shape, or form?
So, here's another thing, right? Certain things that are psychological. So, recently, my wife was able to discover some like information online as well, and did some research about like just how many narcissists are like out there in the world and stuff as well. Like narcissism is something that you'll obviously, specifically the modern day, right? Because it's all about like me kind of thing, like the way that the world is. So I think that the level and the amount of narcissists that are out there, like I say so while calling myself guardian online. But I'm just saying, like, it's definitely something that's something. And once a person can kind of like acknowledge that they may have certain narcissistic traits, and like it can be dealt with, correct? Like otherwise, you just run around like still being narcissist and not realizing that there's any problems. It's not just narcissism. There's so many arrays, like there's so many different psychological things that are out there that people have that are you usually don't just pick up immediately. I was making a jest, like a joke earlier where I said, playing a rock, paper, scissors against people is a vetting process. And I think that that's to a degree like something where it's because I'm biased. I'm really good at that game. Like I'm really good at rock, paper, scissors. You can ask, hey, am I good at that?
It's just because he cheats.
It's not because I cheat, but
It's because he cheats.
I'm really good.
We've got a conflict going on here.
Yeah, really. No, it's definitely.
No, for like at least 8 years of our relationship already. He's been cheating in rock, paper, scissors.
It's all coming out now. Look.
No, because he's very quick, you know. So as soon as you like, then he's so quick. It's like a split second, like almost like a micro expression type thing, where he sees what you're gonna throw and then he just counters you. So it's very sneaky.
It's just practice. Like that's all it is, because of
No.
practicing when I was younger. So like we always used, my sister and I growing up, we'd we play rock, paper, scissors for who got the sweets and stuff as well, right? So sometimes she'd always, because she was older than me, I'd always be foolish. Like I'll give you like just a little side example of this. So aside from rock, paper, scissors, there's another thing that she did where our R1 coin, our one single unit coin was much larger than our 5-unit coin, and she always used to be able to trade them at will, because I wanted the bigger coin, correct? Because I could get more with it. Loads of stuff like
good stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose if you're in a group, you should decide what's how can I put this? What type of law and order you're going to subscribe to, particularly if it's without rule of laws type of scenario. You're going to adopt a military manual of law system. You're going to adopt a common law system, or you're going to adopt the same sort of law framework as current civilization is now. If it's not a sort of complete all-out SHTF situation, then you might just be bound by a set of guidelines, where if you break the guidelines and it was potentially a life-threatening rule that you've broken, you could be kicked out of the group and stuff like that. Or if you've potentially done a compromise where it could have been worse, or it was worse, then you can be thrown out of group. So those sorts of things should be decided quite early on as well, and make people know about them. Don't start, don't make things up as people go along. What else we got?
I think so. The rule of survival. I think we
can. That controversial question: can we trust a woman to lead a group? Ooh, I'm just getting the daggers now.
Actually, I think you can. Because a woman can be at least a good leader as someone else.
I personally
we have a woman on panel.
I personally think it very much depends on the scenario. Because if it's like a real like SHTF type situation, like it's just facts that a woman's priorities lie elsewhere, with more like keeping safe and looking after children, that type, like in general, like that's what they would do, and like care for wounded, like that type of thing, like that's what a woman would think to do, whereas a woman might not necessarily. But then again, also if you look up that like pirate, like she was badass and she didn't give a shit. She like went to attack. But like she actually killed her husband to take over the whole like pirate kingdom. But it's really cool. So I think it depends on the scenario. If it's a scenario that calls for like a more aggressive stance, I don't think a woman would be the best choice. Just going by your average woman. But if it's something where you need to like care for people and stuff, and like you don't really need like a whole ton of resources, like you don't want a whole bunch of guys being like, oh, we need all the resources, and then they're like taking all the rations and stuff, right? When there's like people, like kids starving, just because they want to be like top notch and be like, oh, we're the big boss, of the crew. I'm talking about like a real SHTF type situation, and it's not.
I think Daryl has pulled the pin and run out of the room now, laughing. Well, yeah. If it's, I don't think one person particularly should really be put in charge. I'll probably sway towards the group decision making consensus. I mean, there's a classic old question that people put to interviews. What's the difference between leadership and management? And you can ponder about that for ages. There is a bit of a delineation, but yeah, think about that one.
A leader should lead by example always, and a manager should be able to manage so proficiently that they not need act, but the people that they're managing are proficient enough to do the tasks provided to them.
Who to delegate?
Yeah, knowing who to delegate, how to delegate is management. Leadership would definitely be leadership by leading at the front of the pack always.
Yes,
I agree with that.
sort of. I wouldn't give a right answer for that if I was interviewing someone.
Right.
I mean, this is a completely. You're talking about a 5-hour subject on this one question now. I would tend towards the answer of the most basic forms of it would be a leader is someone who enables others to do things that they may not want to do. More of a persuasive type of person, but leads by example. And
Yes.
a manager, a manager is, what's a manager? That's someone who coordinates things. It's a multitude of answers, but they don't really right or wrong.
Usually her name is Karen, if she's a manager. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. So I just you also
I agree, Idaho.
Joseph brought up a lot of good points. I really think so. I just wanted to point out one yet. So I don't believe one person can make all the choices. So on that statement specifically, right, I wrote something in the private chat previously, and I wrote it in the private chat for a reason, because it's quite a controversial statement to make, and I'll make it quickly, where I say that we have...
Hey, Aidan, good to see you.
Don't use that word.
Yeah, I won't use that word.
That's the word that you shouldn't use.
Right,
no,
right.
You can use socialism.
Yeah, socialism is perfect, yeah. So I'm definitely capitalist, right? I believe in the idea of capitalism and all what it's being capable of doing and everything. However, in a smaller to medium group, socialism has its strengths. And I know that I can be shot down for saying that in the groups and communities that I'm part of and stuff, and I have been disagreed with many times, but I still stand by what I'm saying, and that I'm saying that in smaller groups, it definitely does help when you have much more of a vote, when you have much more people. Yeah, it's difficult. It's a big rabbit hole in itself.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to put one person in charge of any one thing, because there's as soon as you come across an aspect of expertise that he's got to make the key decision on, and he's not the expert in that area, then it could fall over. I think you're better off with a sort of almost like a Chinese Parliament type scenario, where everyone throws their ideas into the hat and everyone agrees on the best course of action. But that's, again, it's another rabbit hole to go down, decision making, all that sort of stuff, and leadership management and yada yada yada. But yeah, I mean, setting up a group on the basics of it, it can be easy as you like, or as complex as people like. You don't have to start sitting there and making a massive spreadsheet and flow diagrams of who's going to do what and this sort of stuff. It could be just a simple get together, like the average neighborhood watch scheme, for instance. But you've got to delve into it and practice and get to know people and train.
Welcome, it's Orange Fig. Good to see you.
And put things into practice, because I've seen and heard about plenty of neighborhood watch schemes that they get the little sticker. In Britain, we have a little yellow sticker and it says neighborhood watch scheme member. It's all well and good having one of them in the window, but does anyone really actually do anything? Do they use that as just some form of deterrent. You know, you got to actually follow up your ideology, group membership with actions, and be an active group member. Regularity. So yeah, have a venue to go out to, practice, get your gear out, and form links and start training and cross training.
If I may, preparedness veteran, so I love like trash reality TV. Okay, it's like a little guilty pleasure of mine. And
Yeah.
one of the shows I really enjoy watching is it's something like Nightmare Neighbors and Slum Landlords or something like that. Okay, but
Yeah.
it's based in the UK, and it's really funny because you were mentioning now that you're not sure if the little neighborhood watch people do anything. Based on that show alone, the old people on that show just sit in their house and watch everyone else in their street. And then some of them have books where they write at what time they saw someone walking up and down the road. So I'm certain they are definitely doing something. Because I know exactly which sticker you're talking about because I've seen it in the show.
I would do the same. Right, if a car pulled up outside here now, or during the day and stuff, and I noticed it, and he sat there sort of looking in my direction or looking suspicious, I'll take down his number plate, time he was arrives, what the guy looked like, the car details, everything, every detail about him, in case somewhere down the line it was him, some sort of event. And people do that here. Call them curtain twitchers.
It's very smart too.
Yeah, and there are people who do that, but a lot of people also they're scared of reporting things in case there is any repercussions in any sort of neighborhood watch or witness scheme, because if the person knows who's given them the information, then the fear is that they come back and, I don't know, smash the windows, break in,
retaliate in some way,
do them harm, any form of retaliation. So yeah, I mean, we do have anonymous phone numbers, Crime Stoppers numbers here, which is anonymous. You can give police and stuff tip off. That does work, and they could do it that way. But yeah, that is that TV series is a bit of it does sensationalize a certain amount of things, but in general,
of
it's
course,
more or less correct. Yeah, because we all know what TV is like and stuff. So yeah.
So we're all like something that Durielov said there, and I think that there is a lot to that, right? Where we're all being watched in a way. I don't want to go too much on that, obviously, but because of the whole conspiracy side to it. But really, so if yourself, so picture like the scenario, for example, right? If yourself and a couple of friends were sitting around and you had the power that some of the people have within the top levels of the society that we live in, right? Then what they could do very, very easily is what we would do amongst each other is try to keep as much power as possible. And then you could just feed the general public pretty much anything that, that you wanted to as well. And I don't know, this topic itself can go pretty bad pretty quickly. So let's just be careful. Like the train of thought is not positive.
And we got we've almost got an automated monitoring system in place on the streets of Britain. We've got automatic number plate readers, speed cameras. The facial recognition system hasn't really.
Hey, Chris Leon, good to see you, man.
Fully developed. We got in certain locations voice monitoring, voice recording equipment, which is automated, and all this is controlled by artificial intelligence. So if you go, if you go through a speed camera, done. You've been photographed and go through the system straight away. Automatic number plate readers. You go through certain, just about every road in Britain has got number plate readers. You're clocked everywhere you go. And they can track people all the time, anywhere they like. The camera systems aren't fully developed. The gate systems aren't fully developed to the level where they can ping people straight off. So, yeah, that's all I'll say about that one. But yeah, interesting to see it out there. If anyone has actually set up a community disaster support group, and what sort of examples they can come up with, pitfalls or any successes that they've encountered.
Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Yeah, it's so good to see you, CR. Hello.
Hey, CR.
Guardian. The legendary Guardian here. Veteran Shadow.
Are we all ready for Christmas?
CR, don't feed my narcissism, bro.
No. I meant Mrs. Guardian.
Oh, snap.
Sorry.
Good save, buddy.
Behind the scenes to say that.
I suppose it'd be difficult for someone. You don't necessarily have to want to set up a group. You might want to be part of a group. So if you're a woman who's middle-aged plus, or 50 plus years old, for instance, and you're on your own, it'd be quite difficult to actively seek out and participate in groups, and it can be a bit of a confidence issue for some people. Was that Daryl? You wanna set up a meet? Hey Daryl, you wanna get on WhatsApp, and we'll have a chat, and if you get together, meet up. I can give some training and stuff. Anyway, back to the So if you're a single woman, for instance, it can be quite hard to pluck up the courage to get involved in a group, particularly if you haven't got any skills and you want to go on.
No, I would hold my thought. I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt. Sorry.
That was it, really. It can be just saying how difficult it can be for if you're a single woman, or even single bloke with no confidence or minimal confidence, to want to contribute to a community because either you're bored, you're lonely, or you want to enhance yourself or get some extra training involved or be part of something bigger. Making that first step can be a difficult thing.
What you should do is put the group under heavy surveillance if you're ever by yourself, right? Is obviously you want to be extremely cautious and watch the group from afar if you possibly can. Unfortunately, you can stumble into trouble doing so if you watch the group, because obviously sometimes...
Okay, just know that Jared and I was speaking from a point of like...
Who?
Guardian.
Oh, no, she didn't.
It's okay, go ahead, Liv.
Guardian and I are speaking from a point of like, if this were like a proper SHTF type situation, not like your average group. You don't need to like watch from afar. If it's like a Facebook group or something like that,
I should have put that little prefix there. That's
because... Yeah.
So I am super excited at the fact that another Mad Max is coming out. I know not everybody, either the people love it or they hate it, the new Mad Max, but I really enjoyed the original one. So the fact with Tom Hardy, and this new one is Furiosa. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because she's, obviously Furiosa and speaks about her story in the new Mad Max movie that's coming out. And it's going to be quite interesting just seeing like elements of that and how they portray that, and how they made Furiosa into like what she is now. And I think that in those type of scenarios, I think women can be just as extremely super dangerous, in some ways way more, because like if a woman like has, you know what I mean, like there's ways in which, I've got to be careful around this topic, but I will say that there's ways in which women can be extremely cold and vicious. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't get on the bad side of like the wrong woman and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, or a woman that is trying, like a mother bear. Good luck trying to fight a mother bear. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same type of scenario where you've just got to be very careful. And I think that if a woman or man, both men or women in those scenarios can be in the extreme levels of danger. So what you really have to do is just, as I said, surveil a group very carefully.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That Mad Max film was a good film. I didn't know they were bringing out another one. That'll be good to watch. Yeah.
Watch the trailer. Watch when you have a chance just now.
Go watch the trailer out. Oh,
yeah,
right.
there's a trailer. Oh,
I'll be on it after this. I'll be on it.
Yeah, if you enjoyed the first one, like just the bite of like the second one coming, and you can see Immortan Joe. He's like younger in this one because all of them are younger. So you see like a bit of a younger Immortan Joe, and they've got.
Well, it's not Charlize Theron as Furiosa.
Yeah,
it's not a younger chick. I don't know if you watched. There was a series on Netflix called Queen's Gambit.
Right.
It was really good.
Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, it's about this
chess, right?
Yeah. It was. I enjoyed it. It was good.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen that.
What was that part of the Mad Max scenario?
No, she's the actress that's playing Furiosa.
Right.
Yes.
I'll definitely watch that. The trailer after this. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it so much. Specifically, if you enjoyed the movie, and obviously the Mad Max movie, The Fury Road, was definitely made in a way as like an art piece. It wasn't like a movie. So if somebody's expecting like a lot of story, they would have been disappointed. But as an art piece within itself,
they went one way and then they went back.
Yeah, they went one way and then they went back. Basically, that's the story of the movie. But they did it in so much style that they made it like look amazing, and there's just so much coolness to it. Like I love that whole universe. And obviously, as somebody that's into preparedness, like looking at those, even though they're not factual, I get that entirely.
They're very cool thought experiments.
Yes, absolutely. And lots of sort of experiments within them. Even the new Dawn of the, if you watch Soul Planet of the Apes theory, like there's so much to discuss about that type of thing too. One of your evenings could actually be like survival movies. Like if you wanted to, as a topic for an evening one day, Shadow. Not anytime soon.
Like
But
actual skills.
Yeah.
We
should do that.
What can we learn from films, or what have we learned from films and stuff?
Yes.
And what's complete nonsense? Like, what is like something like
The Walking Dead
tropes that they have in these movies? That's like this will happen, like frostbites, and then you can just defrost, basically. Because I've seen that in movies where people just their fingers don't fall off. It's
magic.
They just defrost.
Actually, one of the things in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner. 2 minutes in 1 man league, Master Blaster, all that sort of stuff. Is I found it funny actually. The wheel they spin, break the deal, bust the deal, spin the wheel. So no one person is in charge of dishing out the punishment. So he spins the wheel, and it's his own fault what he gets. So I mean, someone was on about punishment earlier.
It makes sense.
Yes.
In a way, it actually is just. It's because it's just.
Yeah,
well,
as long it depends what the actual punishments on the wheel are. They can go from one extreme to nothing, all the way up to death, sort of thing, But yeah, I found that an interesting way of dealing with people. And of course, if it comes with some sort of, punishment that's not really fitting for the crime, how's everyone else going to feel that you got off with it, sort of thing? So, yeah, it's a good film. Good film. And I found it actually surprising that in that latest Mad Max film, what was it called, Fury Road, that there wasn't any sort of flying machine guy.
Yeah, they didn't. I'm sure. I wonder if.
Well, they planned on making 4 movies.
Yeah, originally.
So the idea was probably to bring them in later.
Right. Yeah, definitely good though. Definitely good.
I think that, I don't know, the whole War Boys and stuff like that as well, that segment of it, War Boys and the whole way that they celebrate the V8, like that's really, really awesome. Guardians of Frostbite in San Francisco, they are homeless with missing fingers because they've fallen asleep due to drugs or alcohol and their hands aren't covered and their fingers die.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly, I know, because you lose fingers, you lose digits.
Yeah,
And
it can be aided with
good.
the contraction of blood vessels, and
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
someone with diabetes, for instance, that's a key aspect.
Yeah.
Or giving the wrong local anaesthetic in the wrong place is another one. So, yeah, good stuff.
I think there's, I don't know how much, what is it called? Yeah, there's, so looking at scenarios like that with cold and when people are in desperate situations as well.
I'll just die in the cold. I'll just die. I hate the cold so much. It's the worst. Like I don't know how I could live in like a very cold country. Like that's cold most of the year. It would
Yeah.
So like here.
Wow,
Pretty much,
Shadow's laughing there. Like, Shadow's starting. How cold is it there, Shadow, at the moment?
Yeah.
How cold is it? What temperature?
I can check.
I mean, you got snow on the ground, haven't you?
Yeah, we still have snow on the ground, so
Finally have
Here-
snow on the ground.
Here we got to about 7 or 8 degrees at the moment.
So,
Celsius.
46 Fahrenheit.
preparedness veterans see South Africa's weather like the whole year round and see how good it is. You were going to say, Shadow?
we have 0 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, that's rough. That's
It's
a
freezing here right now.
terrible. Like
bit fresh.
Well, I mean, I've gone from a situation where I've flown from UK to a country where it's been minus 15, and then flown a week later to a country where it's plus 40 degrees C, and it just completely, it's unbearable. The transition from one temperature to another, because in the summer months,
It's very hard.
your body go through various changes, your blood thins, and then in the winter time, your blood starts to thicken up, and it's a gradual
do you
change.
get
And
going from those extremes, because I can imagine like every seasonal change, like I get like a seasonal flu. Is that common?
well, you're more prone to get colds and flus in the autumn and winter time, because the blood vessels in your nasal passages change, and your mucous membranes change, and they're not as protective, and you're more susceptible to catching those flus and virus and colds.
That's vitamin D.
That's one of the main reasons. Well, one of the reasons anyway. And then you put a bunch of people, walking around sniveling and coughing and spluttering, then the risk just escalates from there, really.
Mm-hmm.
Your physical recovery also takes a lot longer. Like if you get injured and stuff too, then that's problematic.
Plus the fact in the winter time, is a whole series of events that are compounding this. There's not as much sun in the sky, so you're getting less vitamin D, and your whole immune system is starting to struggle, really.
And then also people's personalities, like to a degree. So not always, but obviously when it's cold, people get over it.
People seriously get seasonal depression. It happens.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it does happen.
Yeah, it's sad. Seasonal affective disorder. You can actually get they sell lamps here that push out a certain type of light to stop sad.
That's very cool. I want those lights anyway, even though it's such brilliant weather here. Like I'll have some of them just because.
Google seasonal affective disorder lights or lamps, and you can buy them on Amazon and stuff like that, and various places. But
Yeah.
That sounds-
yeah. So, but normally it takes up to about 14 days to get acclimatized to a different temperature and climate. So you do get used to it. You do start to, your body will change
Mhm.
to compensate to a certain extent. I mean, if you were to go to a really cold country or vice versa, and you spend all your time indoors with the heating on or the air conditioning on, you're not going to really fully acclimatize. You're just going
Yeah.
to struggle every time you walk out the door.
It's
So-
too hot. It's too cold.
Yeah, you just adapt anyway. I mean, I don't think anything of putting a hat
Just
and
about your tolerance to it more.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Everyone has their tolerances to heat and cold, like I said. There's an upper limit where you just don't handle it as well. And it's different for everyone.
Yeah, you get to the stage where because you know the effects, you know the feeling of how cold your hands are, how cold your nose and ears are. You
I
do
got
get tolerant to
frostbite.
it. You do know how to get around it. Even the skin on your face, you get wind chill and stuff like that. But yeah, so yeah, community-wide support groups. And I'll pick things like as far as skill sets go. First aid has got to be on the list. First aid training, first aid equipment,
Yeah,
first aid
definitely.
expert, or a first aid number to ring up to get help in. Could be on a standby group somewhere. Because hand in hand with any situation is going to be some sort of injury. If there's no injury involved, then what's the threat? I'd say it even comes into effect with any sort of crime. When physical encounters, you're going to potentially get a physical injury, and any sort of natural disaster injuries involved. So first aid has got to be big on the list. Probably, I read a stat once where 70 to 90% of people die within the first hour unless they've received some form of first aid. So you're all first responders, come to a agreement in your group as to what type of first aid situation you're going to have. Is everyone going to have a first aid kit on them, an IFAC, but not just for themselves, but a slightly bolstered up one, bigger one, to administer first aid to someone else as well. So, along with that comes with, and this is why groups start to get complex, really. Yeah, the golden hours, the rules of there. This is why groups get complex because, one task like first aid, administering first aid, then you've got to think about things like equipment, first aid kits, and what type of equipment you're going to have in there. Is it all going to be airway orientated, burns orientated, a mixture of all three? You can't carry too much, so how are you going to trim that down to a more widespread, comprehensive first aid kit? It all costs money. There's expiry dates involved.
Training
involved. And formal training probably if it's a localized event, because you want to be giving someone proper first aid and not making the injury worse.
Make things better, not worse.
Yeah. One of the first principles of first aid, and then recovery back to a safer location or to further aid, and that's just first aid. And then another task, evacuation. How are you going to evacuate a casualty from the scene of the incident back to warmth, shelter, further aid?
Yeah.
How are you going to get a family who are sat on the roof of a house that's flooded, or evacuating the house because it's just burnt down. How are you going to get them back to the shelter, the community shelter, for instance, or the sports hall? So you're going to need transport.
Someone that can drive.
Transport? Yeah, all this sort of stuff. Training.
Use the vehicle or whatever, right? It could be a stick shift, manual, right? Does someone actually know how to drive manual?
Can he drive the actual
Well,
vehicle? Yeah. Has he got the license involved? If he hasn't, he's going to have to get trained in that. Has everyone got the license? Is there specialist equipment involved? Is there boats involved? Small inflatable craft in floods and stuff? Oh, it's just, it can get into a complete, fully blown nightmare. And this is why you can't, one person, you can be a coordinator, but one person hasn't got all the knowledge, surely. You need to be almost like a project manager to deliver your product, so to speak. And the product is aid and support successfully.
And not only that, preparedness veteran, but have multiple people overlap on multiple skills, so everyone's a jack of all trades, and no one's really a master of one specific thing only. Because, right, 2 is 1, 1 is none, right? So if the doctor falls ill, supposedly, or whatever, faints or whatever, or falls unconscious, someone's got to pick up the slack, right?
Yeah, we used to work in small teams, and you had one guy was the medic, one guy was the comms guy, one guy was the intel and languages guy, and you had the patrol commander, for instance. And yes, the medic was the first aid specialist. Yes, the comms guy was the comms specialist. But the training overlapped, so the comms guy knew advanced first aid. The medic knew how to operate the radio and the comms and all that sort of stuff. So if one guy gets taken out, then you can. There's no point having the medic just trained in the medicine or first aid, because if he gets taken out,
it's too specialized.
Stood around watching.
It's too specialized, and then once things are too specialized, then if it's gone, then it's just like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then, and as training goes on, the overlapping gets more intense, and you get more of a tight-knit group, more of a cohesive group, more efficient group, and everything, moves along swimmingly. But you've got to practice these things regularly, get the actual gear out, come up with scenarios. So it can develop into almost a full-time hobby, really. And if you establish your group and you make it a hobby type of a system, people will probably, it can be an avenue of gaining more interest and attracting more people. You could also give out awards and achievements, badges or whatever, to say you've specialized in X, Y, and Z. But then it's a bit of a different scenario then, because you're talking like you're almost going down a promotional aspect of achievement, which you can get a bit competitive. And if it does get competitive, then it can detract from people's intentions. But yeah, I mean, if you go back to this scenario, you've got the police, the ambulance, the fire brigade. They all regularly practice. They all regularly exercise with each other and individually.
Yeah.
And they all keep current as well. Currency is a key one, because you don't want to start using not only current equipment with legacy techniques, but you want to be using current techniques, current equipment. So keep on top of it, and that will come from a specialist, I suppose, trainer type stuff.
Oh, just to add preparedness veteran, even fighter fighters know how to do some form of stuff that paramedics do. As in, they know how to
Oh,
do
yeah.
CPR. Right, because sometimes they come on the scene, they're just waiting. Oh, the ambulance is behind us, or whatever, or they're on the person on the scene. They can start it until someone a little bit more professional, more experienced, more gear can take over, right?
Yeah, I mean that's in America, for instance, I've heard that if you call 911 for medical assistance, then in many cases a fire truck will turn up, fire rescue truck will come up to deliver first aid and stuff, or take you away. I don't know. Someone could probably elaborate on that in the comments. In Britain, for instance, it's more of a, because we're so specialized here, more often than not, you'll be given basic sort of first aid by the police, if at all, or the fire brigade, until the ambulance turns up. Bit of a litigation thing and a training thing kicks in there.
Yeah, I've seen that here too, preparedness veteran, where I've seen fire trucks and ambulance, but I'm like, there's no fire, but it's just, well, the fire truck probably showed up first.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They were available to respond faster, right? The ambulance is a few minutes out still because they're on the other side of town or something like that,
The real, I won't I won't answer that in public. Yeah. So yeah, there's many ways to establish a group, many pitfalls. So yeah, Chris Leon says, yes, in California, the fire department has to arrive first and offer first aid or resuscitation before the EMT ambulance can touch the victims. That's interesting. I wonder if it's I don't know, an insurance thing, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's interesting.
Well, if you think about it, sometimes, like, let's say an earthquake, for example, right? If something like that happens, well, they gotta make sure that it's structurally sound first, right?
Yeah.
No point in having more injured people, right? So hence, if they know, a firefighter knows it, they can do it while ever people are doing this. Okay, now it's safe to come in. Let's get this patient out, stretch or whatever, right? Because sometimes it's stuff like that where they're pinned to the ground or something like that, and well, they can't be moved, and it's unsafe for supposedly a paramedic to come in yet, right? So they gotta, secure the wall from falling, or boost it up, or shimmy it up.
One thing that's just sprung to mind is I wonder if anyone's actually considered leafleting people's doors and putting leaflets through letterboxes and saying, if you want to be part of a community group to mitigate against any sort of disaster, come to the village hall meeting at 8 o'clock on Tuesday, sort of thing. And because you don't have to actually be, if you're an active, you can get the community to do the work for you. What you get is you get a core of people who are the brains behind the idea, and they basically are coordinators with a key set of equipment, like a location, like the village hall, for instance, and they've got access to large generators, beds, heating, blankets, water, food, and all that sort of stuff. And you hold a meeting once or twice a month, or whatever frequency it is, once every 6 months or whatever. You get all members of the community who want to participate, and you just distribute the information. So everyone knows in the community, there's a central point that everyone can meet up in the event of a disaster or event, like an earthquake or flood. It's a central meeting point. They know, it's a place where they can get information about the situation and what's happened. It's a place where they can spend a couple of nights or they can get transport from to go elsewhere, because the roads might be taken out, or it might be a place where they can jump on a boat or a helicopter where they can be extracted, or it could even be an opportunity for the coordinators to call upon resources or skills from the community. So they might start to get people on board, like the local farmer who's got access to large machinery like tractors that can are quite useful in disasters and stuff. You know, you might have access to plant machinery that can shift trees,
Bulldozer.
bulldozer.
I mean, that would help.
Telegraph poles that have been downed.
Move a wall that's collapsed from an earthquake, right? Be able to move it out.
Yeah.
So instead of a whole bunch of people trying to lift it out, the machinery is helping you, right? You know,
Yeah.
force multiplier.
For instance, in Ukraine, there's a lot of farmers. Well, there's plenty of jokes flying around about it. You know, about the Ukrainian farmers towing away old Russian tanks that have been taken out. That's an example of getting the local community to help you in certain situations. You might have a guy who's got loads of chainsaws, and he does some sort of lumber work. You know, you can call upon him to say, you know, if anything happens, can we use some of your chainsaws?
Arborist. Maybe
say,
an arborist.
Yep. You may
or
get
landscaping, for example, right? Some of the landscapers out there, they've got a bunch of chainsaws, right? It might be good to have them on your team, because you know that they would have the experience to deal with, like, removing, let's say, a tree or something like that.
Yeah.
Which means during an earthquake, a storm or whatever, they can be helping remove that stuff too.
Yeah. I mean, it's not all about guns and bullets and
band-aids.
Yeah, and that sort of thing.
And beans.
You know, in these sort of meetings, you could call upon, you know, you could say, right, if there's any volunteers here that will that can act as, you know, volunteer their services to dish out food or dish out blankets, or they can assist the electrician
just to move stuff, right?
Assist with the generator. Moving stuff, for instance.
Because I have a story here. See, I volunteered for relief effort before, right? And just the simple act of being able to move goods around, because gear by nature is stationary, so things have to be moved to another location, moved across town or whatever, to another town or whatever, to another place where it's needed, so people help do that, right? I mean, like, I was moving like crates of water, you know, just man to man, person, the next person, just handling it to just handing it over to the next person. We just align, just like a bucket parade or whatever, right? It's the same, right? Because it was more efficient, right? And we got work done.
Yeah. And that's
I've never seen so many diapers ever. That was the only time I've ever seen so many diapers.
Well, sorry, that's a sort of resource you need. Pure numbers.
Yeah, exactly, right.
You can hold
many hands make light work.
Yep, get them together, form a chain, start passing water down the chain.
Because you may have the machinery, but let's just say you only have one or a few of them. Okay, well, let's carry this all over to the dump truck, and then the dump truck can carry it across town or whatever, or something like that, and carry it across the river or whatever, right? And make that trip, right? But first, we gotta get it all in the truck, right? That means it's just like helping people move stuff and moving, if you're moving from a place, right? Moving out of home or whatever, right? It's nice to have help with that.
Yeah.
Because there's always a lot of things to be moved from a home, right? And you're moving away or in a U-Haul or whatever, right? A moving vehicle. Well, it takes time to do that. When you have more help, it goes faster. And things can be deployed faster too, because things can be gathered together, moved, deployed at a moment's notice, because now you have a lot of people helping do that action.
Yeah. And we'll say hello to G Mama Growls. G Mama
Hi,
Growls.
G Mama.
Hard in the garden. There we go. Hello there.
So yeah, never dealt.
She has
the thing-
a great channel, by the way, so check her out.
Righto, yep.
never dealt things that help you move stuff, because eventually, in fairness, you gotta move stuff.
Yeah, good point.
Well, because if you think about anything like an earthquake, pretty much a lot of things you're gonna move people, triage people. Well, they gotta be moved from the scene, right? They gotta move safely away from the danger area. Get off the X, right? Like maybe you're helping someone that got shot or whatever. You're gonna drag them back behind cover again. That kind of stuff, right? So things have to be moved, right? If you have the physical endurance to do it, it helps.
It's a lot easier for
I'm
morale.
going for a short bathroom break. I'll be back in 1 minute or 30 seconds.
45.
Yeah, it's nothing better than.
I've timed him.
You're going to time him. Announce it when he comes
Yeah.
back. You know, it's better to be in a group rather than individually face any sort of dilemma. Yeah.
Well, there's pros and cons to being in a group or being alone, right? Being alone, well, you don't have to share anything, but you have to do all the work yourself. Being in a group, you have to share a lot more things, like food, water, shelter, and stuff, right? But the workload can be divided out more. Things can be multitasked.
Yeah,
and
we're social, so.
Well, yeah, that too. We're social creatures, right? I mean,
yeah.
Generally speaking.
It's always hard when you probably first get into a group or involved in any sort of group to get going, and there's always a confidence issue with some people, I think, being the new guy. And,
well, I mean, if you think about it, we've all gone through that through like school, right? Like when you're going from like primary school to middle school or high school or whatever, there's that you're the new guy, you're the new kid on the block, you're the new guy in the neighborhood, right? You don't know anyone. I don't know anyone in the school. Everyone's new. The teachers don't know me or whatever, right? And you're trying to fit in.
Yeah, if you are part, if you are running any sort of group, then there shouldn't be any sort of elitism involved, and don't treat the new person as the FNG and
welcome them in. Kind of welcome them in, and engage, get them to engage into the conversation too, right? Every so often I try to engage other people in let's say in the table to engage in the conversation too, right? Because you're here at the table with us, so to speak, right? Try to get them engaged, and maybe it'll break that barrier that they have. Oh, I don't know what to say. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I might embarrass myself or get kicked out or whatever, right? But when people feel more comfortable in talking or engaging in, then they're a little bit more relaxed and stuff like that.
You see, a lot of groups might not have access to any sort of equipment because of money, and you might have, if you want to get a doctor involved, for instance, and he's on board, and you start forming this sort of group, you both may not have the financial input to resources to buy extra gear and stuff. So you might have a group where you've got loads of skills but lack of actual hands-on gear.
Yeah. What's that called?
A problem.
You don't have an what's it called? AED. I think that's the acronym. AED.
Yeah. That
yeah, or something like that, or more sophisticated type of equipment, right?
Yeah, I mean, even basic first aid kit costs quite a lot of money these days, and if if you're trying to deliver any sort of first aid and you haven't got the gear, then you're down to improvisation, really, and you're just a bunch of people improvising and scrabbling around. So some of these groups may take a lot of time to get fully established because you're getting to know each other, you're getting to know the boundaries. cross training together, individual training together, collective training where you're doing scenario based stuff. It all takes a lot of time, trust to be built up, resources to be bought, this sort of thing. So,
and the time that it takes just to do all of it at all.
Yeah, if anyone wants
it's not
to,
just going to come out overnight or even a couple of weeks. It's probably going to take a year. Let's just say even a year just to get comfortable.
Could well do, yeah. So if anyone's thinking about a group and they think they can just get a bunch of people together, switch on and go, it's I'd say it's a bit more involved in that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that fast.
No,
because people are naturally hesitant about certain things, right? It's just like, oh, I don't know about that, or they have their own opinion about certain things. Why do we have to share this?
Yeah.
Versus other people, oh yeah, we should be sharing this, right? So
unless it's any sort of brute force involved, like just pure muscle power to do things.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, but it's also like saying like a group that comes together because of necessity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, let's just say like Shadow, like if you're say there was a minor whatever situation in an apartment building, right? Maybe people in your apartment would come together because of that situation. Now they may group together faster just because, you know, the common goal thing, but it might still take a little bit shorter than people just randomly coming together without a cause or a reason to. I hope that makes sense, because when you come together for a reason, somehow it takes a little bit less time because there's already common ground in terms of like security, whatever, right? It could be fire, whatever, right? Threats like that, right? And people are more connected for that, right? And understand, understand your point of view of, oh, we have to have this, or this has to happen this way. Okay, I don't like it, but I understand why we do it.
Right, so I'm going to leave in about 5 minutes. Anyone got any questions for us, or any ideas, or anything like that? Any opinions they want to throw out there?
I have one thing to say.
Okay, Sierra, go ahead, shoot.
Preparedness veteran, you're awesome.
You're saying that every week now. First,
I'm raising the morale, right? Got to raise morale. Sometimes remember that morale.
First time round, it sounded genuine. Now it sounds a bit.
Okay. Preparedness veteran, you're awesome.
Well, PV is awesome, definitely. 210%.
No, yeah. See, you're gonna, like I said, morale is important too, right? Like I said, things like sad, depression, PTSD affects a lot of us, right? Sometimes we have our down days. Sometimes even the words of encouragement can help a little, right?
Well, that's another thing. I mean, anyone who's any sort of formulation of a group, I think someone mentioned this earlier, is have some sort of therapist or religious
counseling,
sort of leader,
someone that can hear
the group. Yeah, because
that won't judge.
Yeah,
priest, reverend, whatever you want to call it.
It's always key to
moral compass.
The moral. Someone who's got moral guidance, moral compass, counselor, that sort of thing, to minimize the effects of any sort of PTSD later on.
Yeah, and you might need a reverend or a priest.
Yeah.
Even just someone to hear you out, right? Sometimes just being able to have someone hear you out is reassuring, all right? Because you can get off your chest a little bit more, right? Be able to just say stuff that you've been holding back, that it's kind of holding back your true potential, right? It's always affecting you in some way or form because, you're always thinking of things that happened in the past, right? Because you're cursed with that knowledge of knowing that it happened, or you didn't do this, I should have did this, why didn't I do this, why didn't I help this, why didn't I help this person instead first, right?
So one thing just come to mind is that if someone comes to join your group, or they want to be part of your support group, and they say, you find out that were involved in another group and they were kicked out, but they now want to join your group. How do you deal with that?
I would be really suspicious about what the reason is.
Yeah.
And what they did to get kicked out.
Well, a classic answer, which would be hard to you would have to investigate, would be, we had a personality clash with the leader of the last group or someone else in my last group. It's these sorts of things, the human nature side of things, it's quite a key linchpin in the cohesiveness and the bond of the group. Because unless the group bonds, what have you got? You just got you got a bunch of people who are going to probably bicker and potentially fall apart, and it gets a bit more complex then.
Do things for different reasons. It's just like in any like pretty much fictional or non-fictional, right? Movies, TV shows, or whatever. When groups suddenly have to come together, there's always that, do we trust this group? They're new. Because the unknown factor, right? You don't know these people, you don't know anything about them, whatever. So it's hard to trust someone that you've never met, talked to, seen, even socialized with, or talked things over with, right?
Yeah, just before I go, there's a bunch of groups out there already. This sounds a bit iffy, but golf clubs, for instance, various other groups where you can't even join unless if there's one complaint, they have a vote on you, and if one person raises a concern or says, no, I don't want him in our group or our club, then that person doesn't join. And in that way, everyone gets a say. And if the person is accepted into the group, then you can take it that most people are sort of generally happy with the person initially.
Well, isn't it like a frat club or sorority? If you think about it like that, it's kind of the same thing, right? And usually what happens is there's other groups that get formed, or sororities that get formed, groups that get formed. If I can't be part of this one, I'll start my own.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. I mean, like, there's always been more than one group out there, supposedly. You know what I mean? In terms of like things that happen, there's different political parties, right, and all this stuff. There's a reason for it, because there's differences in what their, I guess, ideology or what they think is the right thing or whatever to do.
Yeah, that comes down to your vetting procedure or screening procedure, if you even want to have one.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's me. I've got to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take care, Pepper.
Okay.
So my next step, I'm just
Take
about
care.
to. I'm going to go from here now. Watch the Mad Max trailer. So.
Yeah.
Right. I'll catch you all
Take
later.
Care. Take care.
I'll catch you later.
All right. Catch you later, Guardian. Mrs. Guardian.
But yeah,
Sandy
I mean,
says, sounds like Thanksgiving with my relatives.
hi, Grumpy.
And you always need a grumpy old guy. We know stuff. Yeah, you do.
I was gonna say, Shadow, like,
In our group, we have not come up with a monetary system. It's all barter at this point. Yeah, you have to begin somewhere. CB.
I mean, sometimes groups don't always bicker or disagree. Sometimes groups can agree for common good. I've seen it happen, even political reasons too, right? I've seen that happen too. I've seen that happen. Like when the pandemic started, here in Canada, supposedly, Parliament actually came together. One of very few times Parliament here in Canada has have all the party members, every party group came together for the common, because it was for the right reasons, right? So they all share that common goal in there, right? When the common goal is there, sometimes groups will come together. They'll agree to disagree. I mean, agree to disagree or come together for the greater good, I think. Although it doesn't always happen, unfortunately. Because by nature, we have tendency to disagree with people. You know, they don't share the same opinion, right? I mean, I respect people with different opinions, right? Because, you know, and try to understand their point of view, being in their shoes, right? This is why a lot of times you don't see me pick one side or another. I'm just on the fence on it. I'm like, well, I don't like this part of it, but I like this part. But on the other side, I like this part, but I don't like this part of it, right? So we're not always. I don't like.
Hey, Sassy Girl Prepping, good to see you, ma'am.
Sassy.
Welcome to the stream.
Hi, Sassy.
Yeah, she says, oh my gosh, you're still alive. Of course I'm still alive. I'm still alive too.
Oh, that's
I couldn't help myself. It's so fun. We have an outdoor storage unit place that will have rented units for travelers to stay while they're for the market. Yeah, that sounds good.
Hey, Shadow, we need like some of these females to join us. Be more inclusive. Sassy, CD, yeah. You guys go live. You guys go live. It's not like you gals haven't gone live before. Come on, we'll even let you have the stage for a little bit, because it's good to have input from different people, right? Get more an opinion, more wide opinion about stuff for different people, right? That way, we're not just narrowly focused on just the guys here, the males, right? This is why when this GP came on, it was good to have that kind of female opinion point of view of things, and remembering things from other people's point of view, or being in their shoes. Always important thing, right?
Yeah.
A good leader is understanding of how, not just how one person's feeling, but another person, and hopefully try to do it for the greater good whenever possible.
Yeah.
For the group and stuff like that.
And
Sandy, I see you there. Yeah.
When it comes to groups in general, male versus female have a different view on how to set up a group, and a female has another view on how to set up a group, and they have different ideas on what they want to have in their group, and males have their own opinions on what they want to have in their group. So
yeah, their kind of ideology on the principles behind the group, right?
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Exactly.
Well, if you think about like college frats or college sororities, right? I mean, like, I never was part of one, but on the movies I've seen and all that stuff, usually there's these are rules for this frat or sorority or something like that, right? Things that are, you know, built in stone for that selective group. Whoa.
What?
Sorry, keep going.
Okay. That is good. We are good. Do we respect our elders in SHTF? I would probably say yes on that one.
Well, they may have knowledge to pass down to you.
Exactly. So they have lived longer, they have more experience, they know what's working, they know what's not working. Uh, so you should have the respect for the elders. So
Yeah.
I agree with you about that one, Chris.
I just like the comment that Sassy said. I like what Sierra's saying. That's why I was just like, what?
Yeah, Sassigal has a good point here too, but they all go together. All viewpoints to make a great team. Yeah, you need to put them all together, all the viewpoints, take the best from every person's viewpoint and put it together, and there you have it. And after that, you can build on it to make it even better.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Smart people respect elders due to their knowledge, but I think if you don't do it now, there's little chance they will in SHTF. Yeah, I agree with that. I have huge respect for those who are older than me. Uh, yeah, because I know they have knowledge that I don't have, and they know things that I don't know anything about.
They've seen things that you may have not experienced, actually experienced, right? They've experienced things that you've only heard about, so to speak,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Because they went through a situation that, you weren't even born yet, or whatever, right? So they have real world experience in that.
Sasagal says, define respect. Oh, that's a tricky question, actually.
RESPECT. Oh wait, I'm spelling it, not defining it.
In my way to look at it is basically respect the elder for who that man or woman is and for their knowledge. And if you show them the
Even the
respect,
stories, even
you will
the
earn their respect back. So
even the stories that they have, right? Right, because sometimes these stories show you the way. Sometimes, right? It's just like every so often, older people will tell me stories from the past, right? And it reminds me, I'm like, now that I can think about it, that makes sense. And what's going on right now,
yeah,
and realize, I found answers for a story.
yeah. And respect looks different to everyone. Do we treat them kindly? Of course. Yeah. But elders, the people who are much older than me, they have more wisdom than I have. So, and why do they have more wisdom? Because they have more experience. They have been through a lot of different things uh, that I haven't been through, basically. So they have seen things that I haven't seen anything.
Hey, Shadow, can
So
you highlight? I was going to say, can you highlight that error comment that the real had about trusting the youth? Because and one thinks, oh, you're young, you're stupid, you don't know anything, you have no experience, right? But remember, sometimes the younger people, they have, what's it called? Youth on their side, I guess, right? The energy to keep up, right? maybe even the willingness to want
I
to learn
agree.
something.
I agree, says Gil.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, straight up the real. Yeah, everyone has their talent. We just need to find it, whatever it is. Their
Yeah.
talent, their niche or whatever, right? Because, like I said, the elderly may have more knowledge on their side, right? But remember, they may not be able to, and experience too, but they may not be able to do physical things as well compared to someone else that's younger, right? So always learn the knowledge and the experience and the skills from older people, and from the younger crowd. Remember that they might be more know what's going on right now kind of deal, right? If that makes any sense. So always try to learn from both people younger and older from you,
Yeah.
because it's just
Yeah.
like I'll use this analogy as a technological analogy in terms of computers for whatever, right? People learning how to, like, the older generation never grew up with it. They're 70, their first computer, first phone, or whatever. The grandkids are teaching them, right? In that same way,
Yep.
the grandparents could teach the grandkids or the younger generation. This is how we cooked and used a cookbook before we went online and just could search this, right? And realizing spreading that knowledge and experience and skills from from multiple generations, just like a group coming together, right? That way the younger generation is learning about things from the past, and the older generation is learning about stuff from the present or the futuristic type of things, right? So they know, oh, okay.
Fantastic. Shadow Scouts talent show. Yeah, right. I don't have any talent shows. Not yet.
Yeah.
I have known elders to be stuck in their ways that can cause problems and keep the group from evolving. Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Idaho Garden Girl.
So, like I
Yeah, I
said,
know. Things can be really difficult to explain, but if you work with someone and do the thing, it will go much easier.
yeah, like for example, Shadow, I've had someone older than me trying to show me how to knit or crochet, and in turn, I'm trying to give them tech support.
Yeah.
It's that same kind of, right? And spread that knowledge throughout the whole group, or where everyone learns even 10-40% of the skill, whatever it is, or some basic
Yeah.
knowledge on it, right? The way it's more overlapping the knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge out there that's been lost throughout time, right? We're only
Yeah.
rediscovering a lot of it, right? Even technology that we think it's futuristic or now from the 20th century, 21st century, was actually invented a long time ago. We just have the modern day materials to make it actually happen now. For example. What's up, Gear? I see you there.
I don't know how to do that. So they'll, and I probably would suck on that because that's not one of my skill sets. Nope. So that will be a big failure.
Mm.
It's a lot to learn. Agreed, Chris, but it's a long-term process that we do over time. No stress. I agree with that too. Cross training will be important. I want to learn to dress a deer. Yeah,
And
I
apparently
feel
I
like I
forgot
need
that.
to hurry and learn to grow food. Yeah,
And apparently I forgot that I could type in the chat on the phone. I forgot. I'm like,
yeah, it happens. I can explain blacksmithing all day long, but if you don't pick up a hammer, I'll never be able to teach you the skill. Exactly.
well, yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
that is a skill I really would like to learn. That is blacksmithing. It sounds fun.
for example, the thing about like spreading that
Yeah,
knowledge
exactly.
around your Shadow is that when you spread that knowledge around, it's like bartering. You know,
Yeah,
I'll show you how to do this. You can show me how to do this, right?
yeah, exactly.
You show me how to cook, I'll show you how to sew, right? That kind of deal, and then you grow together.
Hey,
Because
Ger.
now,
Hey, Gagarin. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
but you know what I mean? Like you start to grow. So instead of just one person specializing in something or only having knowledge, more people have that a little bit more of the knowledge, let's say 60, 70% of it. And then everyone grows their knowledge or skill level a little bit more. So as a society or as a group, it grows to improve, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
You know, like, it's just like out in nature, there's a reason why we have diversity in the first place, right? Multiple things and overlaps, right? Just in case one starts to go down or whatever, someone else or something, another organism can take its place to a certain degree. If that makes any sense, right? So, mhm.
personally, I think everybody should learn to grow food. I agree with that. However, I'm not into technology. I just want someone to set it up and repair it so I can use it. So now I understand. Yeah.
But I don't. Just to reiterate that, Shadow, about remember, technology does not have to mean something digital. Technology has advanced over time. What we
Yeah.
I mean, there's digital technology, computers, phones, etc., phones, whatever, right? But remember, technology is stuff that has helped us up to this point. I'm talking about technology from all the way from the past, medieval, Stone Age, all that stuff, right? That is a form of technology at that time, right? Literally, it was cutting edge at that time, right? Right now, cutting edge is phones, computers, blah, 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 TVs, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Medieval times, cutting edge was a suit of armor, swords, blacksmithing, that kind of stuff. That was cutting edge, like literally and metaphorically speaking, right? So I always see technology as the tools that help us today and in the past. So regardless if it's from stone tools to iron tools to obviously steel, titanium, all this stuff nowadays, right? And to whatever is in the future. Because probably like 20, 30, 50 years from now, people will be like, it's just like, if you think about like the kids nowadays, if you show them a flip phone, they'll be like, "What's this? This used to be the technology 10 years ago before you were born. This is what we used to talk on." Really? Right? Because they're not familiar with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, BC Gerbs. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
What up? So I know, Garger, when you say you're not good at technology, probably you're more specifically talking about digital technology, as in phones,
Yeah.
computers,
Yeah. Probably.
more specifically like that. Because I don't like when people say, "Oh, I'm not good with technology. I don't know about technology." No, you just don't know about current technology. You know about past technology, things done in the past using hand tools. That is a form of technology. Technology doesn't always have to indicate digital or power or like electricity, right?
Yeah, we might have different ideas of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, we all do though.
I know how to fish, but I don't know how to hunt.
Yeah.
There's a place and time for everything. The first 30 days of SHTF is the place for food, water, hygiene, shelter, health, and security. After 30 days, I'll worry about tech. Yeah.
Well, yeah, just to piggyback on
Uh,
that real quick, Sugar, can you really highlight that again, please? Like, priorities, right? Now, if the technology helps you with it, let's just say, I don't know, solar panels or whatever, right? It may help you with the communication part, right? Power your radio, your CB radio, ham radio, whatever, right? But you still need to have those fundamental things in place first, or else you're not even gonna get to that 30-day mark in the first place, right? So I think like Guardian, like Preventative Veteran said,
yeah.
use the technology that we have, the current technology we have, modern day technology to help you out too, whenever possible, right? But do realize if you don't have it, can't get access to it, can't power, like especially digital technology like solar panels or whatever because they're damaged or whatever, have some up to alternative sources of like ways to communicate whatever it is, right? Or generate power or something like that. Yeah, you know what? I missed that stream. I was busy this morning. I had to go out this morning, but I did miss that. But yeah, but that's cool that you two are getting not only to learn things from each other, right, but spreading that knowledge, right? Because the more people that have the knowledge, the more that it can be spread around, right?
Yeah.
Versus only one person having that knowledge only. And things like books were written in the first place. The invention of paper, right?
Yeah.
It was a way to share knowledge around. Because if you think about paper, it's like that. It's like the current form of being online, right? You're able to spread that information around, spread your knowledge around, your opinion around, and stuff like that through writing, so people can read about it, even centuries later, right? Because right now we're just learning how to decode the language of the past, right? How people wrote things down in terms of the information, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Hey, Mona, did what? Good to see you, ma'am.
Hi, Mona.
How are you doing? I hope your
to see
week
you.
has been good.
Nice to see you, Mona. I've seen you around for a little bit. It's always nice to see you. Mona did what?
Yeah.
That's how I met her. That's how I met her.
Yeah.
Everyone else would always say, Mona did what?
Yeah. What is everyone planning for New Year's resolutions? I don't make any because they are so easy to break. Well, the only thing resolution I might could keep is increasing my preps. That would
Yeah,
be
but
easy to keep anyway.
what I think, in the subject one, usually how I think about holidays resolutions is that just do it year round. Just do it all the time.
Yeah.
Don't specifically, oh, I got to do it on this date and start from this date, right? Because then you got the pressure of it, right? It's just like resolutions, even gift giving, right? I'll give gifts
Yeah.
throughout the year, right? Not just, oh, I gotta have a present on this date because of this event, right? You know, because it's more special in this way.
Yeah.
Gifts can be special to have in July, August, September too, right? Because I'm realizing that it's it's not the gift that makes people happy. It's that feeling of receiving something from someone else. That's what makes them happy, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of prepping or whatever, yeah. But I always say it's like preparedness is not just September, National Preparedness
It's all,
Month, right?
it's
It's all
every
it's
it's
yeah,
every month,
all the time. It's all the time kind of deal, right?
all the time.
It's like giving a gift. Just do it all the time. You don't have to specifically pick a specific month or year or time of day or a specific day for it. Right? Just do it all the time. Where it becomes more second nature, right? Part of your existence, you're part of your life, right? Everyday life, right? It's just like preparedness in terms of like, don't just, sometimes I've gone through like winter. Well, I don't usually go through winter stuff in summertime, but I don't wait till like December. Sometimes I'll do it in December. Sometimes I'll do it in September, August,
That's
depending.
awesome, grumpy old guy. That's awesome. The Daniel channel. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Hugo, are you like trying to persuade me here? She's like trying to motivate. She's like, this is twice she's put this down. She's like
Yeah.
trying to like hint on like a wish list here. Hugo's CB's just giving me her wish list. I'm
JB
surprised she
Vlog.
hasn't.
Good to see you.
I'm surprised. Yeah. Yeah. See, she even wrote another comment after I read that last one. Hello, Daniel. Oh, that's good, Mona. That's good. Hi, JB.
You get harassed by CB. CR.
Oh yeah, I could tell. I could tell. You don't think I'm not reading. I'm not just. I'm not. I'm just like scanning through the comments. No, I'm reading it. I told you. I noticed the CR boards a lot more. Remember, I see it all the time, right? When I'm editing and on my own channel and doing stuff, right? So I see it all the time.
I agree with you, Sassy Gal. Resolutions is just goal setting. You won't meet your goals if you don't have a plan. Plan your work your plan. I agree
Yeah,
with that.
I plan to do it before the new year starts or something like that, or do it throughout the year.
Yeah, throughout the year.
Because
Well, you
then it becomes.
you have 12 months on a year, so what?
Well, because the
You
idea
have,
is to develop it so it's like second nature habit. It's like you don't even think about it anymore, you just do it, right? Because sometimes resolutions, whatever it is, quit this, start doing this, whatever. The hardest part is actually the initial hurdle of like starting off the first couple of days, week, or whatever, right? That's why, like, if you do have resolutions, don't, if you suddenly stop doing it or whatever, don't beat yourself at it, right? but just make more progress at it, right? Maybe I was supposed to check my bag, I didn't for a month later. Don't beat yourself over it, right? Remember that sometimes progress takes time. And to always remember that with progress, it takes time to doing it, and just develop, right? Enjoy it, all right? And planning does help too, like Sassy said.
Yeah.
So I guess the back half of this stream is gonna be about holiday talk. Shadow, like we're like way beyond the group topic now.
Yeah.
We're just basically
Well, it's
shooting the win. We're just basically shooting the
yeah.
win now. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, it's chill and chat and the topic. So
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
It happens. You always slide in on a side track, but it doesn't matter. It's fun. That is the way it is, and
speak of holiday time, I mean, like I said, well, actually, you'll hear me eventually say it in the video, probably. But just go out and enjoy the time with other people, right? That's what I find hard doing. Just enjoying the time with people. Being able to share, like, metaphorically speaking, the end of the year with them again. Let's just say. Because unfortunately, like I've said at times, like we said earlier, not everyone makes it to the next chapter in the story, in the book.
yeah, exactly.
All right, so enjoy the time that you have in that chapter with people. And I'm saying this from experience and metaphorically speaking and literally. Because if anything, right, especially the last couple of years, we've lost people and stuff like that. People we've known and stuff like that. So always remember that, keep going for them. Keep going for them. They would want you to go on. Anyway, just my spiel. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
New Year's resolutions, having more.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, JB. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to build solid, good community, right?
Yeah, it takes time and a lot of hard work too.
Yeah, you gotta put some effort into it. You're gonna put initialize it in some way, or put the ball in their court for a little bit, or I mean, like, there's been times where just like, for example, I'm helping people out. They're like, "Oh, what do you want for it this year?" It's like, "Oh, it's good. I don't need anything. But you did all this work or whatever, right?"
I understand that,
But
Sasigo.
But sometimes to build community, you get to lead by example, right?
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes I'll be like, no, I don't need it. And, they're offering me some sort of monetary value or whatever, right? No, that's not this. It's just like, it's just fun enjoying the time with you guys, right? Or I will say, it's on the house. It's a freebie. It's a gift, right? Just to lead by example, right? As much as possible. Yeah. And like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I could use the money, but sometimes money can't always buy community. Money can't always buy friendship.
Mona,
Money.
take care, stay safe, and God
Take
bless.
care, Mona. But you know what I mean? Sometimes money
Yeah.
can't always buy that friendship, right? Sometimes, this is what I've said in my last community post.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a reason why more and more lately I've been paying it forward as much as possible. And don't get me wrong, I can use the money. I'd be lying. Anyone would be lying to say they can use the money. But you could all use a little bit more money to help with the preps and all this stuff, pay for the phone bill, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, there's some things that money really can't buy. Buying respect, buying that kindness, buying that, and stuff like that. Where, there's something about that I've learned more and more as I've gotten older. Perhaps the elders have shown me the way. Or as maybe baby yoga has shown me the way. Right, Sassy?
Yeah.
It is the way.
Yeah, that too, JB. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like it's some
And that is
yeah.
a bad thing, in my opinion. Um,
I mean,
they can't contribute to the group, or so they take advantage of them, basically, because it's easier, but it's not good.
well, sometimes you're gonna give back than taking more, right?
Yeah, right.
It doesn't matter if it's a group or a system or whatever. If you just take, eventually it'll just run out. There won't be anything left to take, right? That's why every so often, whenever possible, try to give back to the system, the group, the community, whatever, as much as you can, whatever it is. Even the small things, right? Even the small little increments of things, right? Remember, small increments can add up too. Whenever possible, right?
Yeah.
And when you can, and then financially you can, right? You know, if, let's say you can't donate to the church or a community or whatever every single year. You do it every second year. You know, you can't donate to a veterans cause because things are tight one year, right?
Yeah.
Just keep making progress forward on it, right? Because I wouldn't judge you just because, oh, you didn't donate to the church this year. No, I would understand. Hey, things are tight. I understand that,
Yeah.
right? But you have done it in the past. You have donated in the past. You have done this before, right? And maybe when things are getting better again financially or whatever, right, you can do it again. You know what I mean? Like, I can't always, unfortunately, I don't have the funds all the time to donate. I try to do what I can to
Yeah.
pay it forward. PIF, pay it forward again, right? Because sometimes, it just leading by example. You know what I mean, Shadow? We're just leading by example whenever possible. You know?
Yeah. Huga says this stuff is so easy to get critical and negative. We need to make a point to congratulate ourselves for the great prepping steps we make. I agree with that.
Huga, you're doing a great job, man. You mean like that? I'm assuming she meant like that. Right?
Yeah.
No, I appreciate even some of the stuff that you guys say to me over on
Yeah.
over on my comments community board. Aw, can you highlight that last
Yeah.
comment? I like that last one right there. UCR. I could just hear her saying that. Anyways, yes. Right there, so to making it a success, right? Instead of just being lazy or whatever,
But you
not
need to
wanting to
get
do.
on that Christmas list here. Time is getting
Oh.
short.
I might retract my statement here. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, I know you can't always avoid it, but you can reroute that negative energy into something positive at time.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Or reallocate that.
Yeah,
Well,
Grumpy.
that's a good point.
That is a good point, and that is what you have to do. If you don't have the money, buy one thing here and one thing there, That's the
Well,
way.
the finances,
to
the
do it.
finances, the financial, not necessarily money, but the finances to doing it. All right. Oh, of course,
Yeah,
time that takes too. And I mean, it's nice when people help you out, right? They give you seeds, you win a giveaway or whatever, but you still got to do stuff on your own too, right? Because like I've known you, Shadow, for how long, right? And just like, you know, I can share things with you or whatever, say things, right? But at the end of the day, I
yeah,
still have to do them myself because I'm the
yeah,
one physically here. Whatever
yeah,
it is, storing water, organization of a pantry or something like that. I mean, basically, you got to do it yourself. It helps when people are like, hey, yeah, see, I'll talk to you while you're doing it or whatever, give you some ideas or whatever, right? Encouragement or
yeah,
whatever, right? That's one thing, but you still have to do it on your own. So, just got to keep making progress forward, right? Just like Grumpy said,
yeah,
one can at a time, one thing at a time, right? Whatever it is. I don't
yeah,
care. It doesn't matter if it's coming from a food bank, a dumpster, right? Something you had to dumpster dive, something you found on the ground, something you foraged, something you grew in your garden, right? Something you had to get on discount, right? Something that someone gave to you, right? You keep
yeah.
making that
Idaho
progress
Garden
forward.
Girl has a point here too. Someone who is new to repairing might already have some of the stuff. No need to be discouraged. Yeah, I
Yeah, exactly.
agree.
Unless you
Most people have something at
stop.
home that they don't consider as a prepping item or
Well, and like
things
I
like
said, and
that, but you can use it as it.
Shadow and everyone, remember, most people are not a minimalist out there. Most people are not a minimalist out there.
I
All
agree.
right. There is a certain degree of items we do have that people kind of forget. Actually, that is generally a preparedness type of related item. It can be utensils for eating with, plates to eat off of, right?
A sleeping bag, a tent.
Well, maybe not even camping stuff, but like a water bottle.
Yeah,
Right, that's a container right there, right? For example, right? Maybe a shovel in the wintertime, right? People, oh, well, I just need it because it snows here. Well, that's a preparedness related item because you're prepared for the snow that comes in your area because now you have a shovel to move it.
yeah,
Maybe you don't have the financial finances or the money to buy a snowblower, but you do have a shovel to start with.
yeah,
That's a start.
yeah. That's the start.
Exactly, it's a start to it.
I
Hold on
agree,
one second.
Huga. Near impossible to be prepared on it and minimalist. Yeah, it is. Torch.
Can,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
that's
Sorry,
why
I
I
have to.
need to be more organized. Just having crap isn't enough. I agree with
Can you
that
hear me,
too,
Shadow?
Huga.
I'm assuming you can hear me.
And you need at least sorting out the crap and keep the good stuff.
Shadow, can you hear me? I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
No, because I gotta charge my headset, and people have complained when I
Yeah,
use my built-in mic. Sorry.
yeah,
I have to ask because I can't tell because I'm not listening in terms of the stream side, right? So I have no idea if people can hear me back again. But yeah, organizing is just one of those things who not everyone's great at it, but just do it whenever possible. It's not coming.
I don't think so either, Huga. Uh,
Well, you know, generally preparedness has a gear, items, resources, right? While a minimalist generally has minimal of gear. Is it possible? Maybe to a certain degree, right? Maybe the only maybe you have like your metal utensils, your water bottle, right? You have just enough of that, but you just have more of the food stuff, right?
Yeah.
Food and the water stuff, right? You just have basic tools, right? Just to help you along. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's just like I've been thinking about this show too, like these words that get tossed around out there, right? Minimalist, this and that, right? It's just like, and these stereotypical views, if you think about it, right? You think of the minimalist, it's like they got nothing, right? And sometimes when people think of prepping or whatever, you got all the stuff, right? You're a maximalist. I think that maximalist, right? So yeah, that's a good question though. Can prepping and minimalism exist together? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Hugo has a question for you, CR. What's the best way to use my new waterproof lighter? At my fire pit or in my bob? I haven't really used it yet.
Go see the limitations of said gear, whatever it is, right? If it's waterproof, how waterproof really is it? All right. I'm just saying, like, you're using it like in the rain or something like that. That's a good indication. Oh, look, it works in the rain for me. You know, if it's just like those stormproof matches or lifeboat matches or anything similar to that, right? It's just like, if it says it's waterproof or windproof, go try it out when it's actually windy or raining. That's the best way to learn something, right? To learn the limitations of the gear, because all gear has limitations to it. Right? Every single piece of gear has a limitation in terms of how well it can work, right? A water filter, like the micro hollow fiber ones, like straw, Sawyer, and stuff like that, they have their limitations in the cold, right? For example, right? Water purification, it takes time, especially the more dirty it is. It takes time, right? So they have their limitations. Boiling, distillation uses a lot of energy, a lot of power, fuel or whatever, right? Because you're gonna boil, distill it, right? So even in the stormproof matches, right? Remember, just because they're supposedly windproof, remember they still have a time limit. They've only burned so long.
Yeah.
I mean, even a flare, 15 minutes. Well, it's still only 15 minutes, so you better be able to do stuff before that 15 minutes goes by, or the stormproof matches before that 15 seconds goes by. Hence, in terms of preparedness, you would prepare your tinder, all that stuff, way before lighting the match. The idea about the windproofness or the waterproofness, it's just in case, it's misting out, it's raining out, it's a little bit more windy out. In comparison to it's a nice sunny day, I'm camping, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with that, Uga. If you have a stockpile, also you need some sort of inventory system that seems to work for yourself. Yeah. Define minimalist. Minimalist for a solo person would be a lot different than minimalist for your family. I mean, minimalism, even.
Okay.
I feel like I want to do a video on this now.
And thank you for watching that, dear love. I appreciate it.
Oh, I am on the bottom of the chat, but yeah.
I can't remember all the people who watch my videos, and
well,
of course I
tried to remember the people. The people.
Yeah, but
I don't always remember the channel, but I do remember the people specifically because I've either heard their voice, seen a picture of them, or have talked to them. So I'm picturing someone's face saying it to me, right? It's like I'm not even looking at the if you had your icon only up, right? I would just picture you saying all this stuff because I've seen your face, right? And just Or
Yeah.
if like when you type in their chats, right, on the side chats or on our streams, right, I actually hear your voice in my head saying these words, and so it
Yeah.
reinforces me to remember it, because also you're the one saying it. Just because you're typing it and not saying it doesn't mean that's not your intentions of communicating those words. It's just like Sassy here. I've heard her voice or whatever. I hear her saying these words. Like, because especially as a content creator, you watch the content from other people a lot. You hear their voice saying certain words all the time. Right? I would hope you guys would hear me if I'm typing stuff saying hello. You'd be like, CR saying hi. Stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because it always kind of reminds me that there's a person behind that icon. There's a person behind saying all that text, so to speak, right? Oh, exactly, Hugo. Can you highlight that bottom one that Hugo wrote? Yeah. Find out what
Yeah.
works for you in your area, right? And fine tune it. Yeah, exactly. And fine tune to actually to what you expect.
Exactly.
Right? If you need a little bit more of this, then have a little bit more of that, right? I mean, sometimes there isn't always one size fits all at times,
Yeah.
especially in preparedness, right? I mean, obviously there's certain core criteria in terms of, let's say, food, water, shelter. Well, keeping your body temperature, your core body temperature either up or cooled,
Yeah. Keep
depending
the
on what.
core temperature up. Yeah.
Sure, at that 98.637 Celsius, right? So you don't, because we all can experience hyperthermia and hypothermia. So above normal body temperature, below normal body
Yeah.
temperature. So I guess that would be over 100 Fahrenheit, 39, 40 Celsius, 35, 95 Fahrenheit, right? In that range.
Yeah.
That if you go beyond the closer to that, you're coming closer to that, right? And in time, we will experience that, right? Because we're
Yeah.
warm blooded, right? We're all warm blooded, and like I said, we all have our tolerances to heat and cold. Some people can just
Yeah.
handle it a little bit more, a little bit less, but in time, if you're out there long enough, especially without adequate shelter or water, you will succumb to it. It's just because we're not. Bless you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because remember, we came from supposedly a savanna type environment, right? And we're venturing into like deserts and stuff like that, into like mountainous areas nowadays, right? With the help of technology, right? Technology has helped us conquer these areas, right? If you
Yeah.
think about it, right? Mountains or whatever. It's because the only reason some people can even sustain themselves in the mountains is with technology at the past, right? Not
Yeah.
just firearms for hunting or whatever, bows for hunting, but clothing, being able to even make a shelter, a solid shelter, right? And stuff like
Yeah.
that. Being able to get water and stuff like that. In the desert area, it's like, being able to dig a well, being able to have water available, right? Through technology, right? But without the technology, it would have been much harder to conquer these areas.
Yeah.
Because it's technology at the past that allows us to like have this stuff. Be able, like, for us in the northern hemisphere, right? It's technology of central heating, fireplaces, whatever, right? All these heating options, insulation in our homes and buildings that allows us to handle the winters here in, let's say, North America, Europe, wherever, right?
Yeah.
It's the only reason why we're able to handle this. But when, in terms of preparedness, it's the problem comes when something happens in that, like the supply chain no gas, no oil, your furnace stops running, or whether that becomes an issue, because now you
Yeah.
don't have that anymore,
Exactly.
and you have that convenience part, that technology that's helped you, quote unquote, survive the cold. Because I've been reading upon this more and more. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. It's actually technology that allows us to get to this point in time. Not just digital technology, but I'm talking about as simple as tools, hand tools to fire, to on and onwards, all right?
The grumpy old guy says, I tried that Huga. Then Mrs. Grumpy got at it and turned it into a mini hospital. Now I had to get a new trailer to make a bug out bag. I have a rabbit crawling on my laptop when I'm trying to type. Lol. He keeps walking on my keyboard. Lol. Yeah. Rabbits are rabbits. They don't know what a keyboard is. Hey. Hey, Joy.
Hi.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Welcome.
How are you
Yeah.
doing? I hope your week has been great, Joy.
You know what I just realized, Shadow? You know what I just realized? I need to start writing some of the stuff I say in your streams. It always sounds so awesome. Then I'm like, what did I say? I gotta start
Yeah.
writing it down so I can paraphrase it later. It's funny how sometimes I just come up with the stuff on the spot, but then when I go record, I'm like, what did I say? What did I say? I forgot what I
Yeah.
said. Oh, whatever, Huga. Whatever, letter. I see that. I can't believe she's still going on that. She's still going on that. Did you see that? Yeah. She's never done give up. She's like, I'm trying to make a funny on the 12 days of Christmas thing.
Yeah.
On the first day of Christmas, what's your done give to me? Something. I'm trying to make it up as I go. I'm trying to wing it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a tricky one.
But yeah. So Shadow, like I always say, do you have a topic for next week?
Of course.
For once.
Actually, I have a lot of.
Oh, you do have topics?
Yeah, I have into the next year actually.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. So next week will be how to. Next week will be stepping up your base preps. Can your base preps carry your family through until spring without making any runs to the store? What would you have to do without if December 16th was the last day? The stores would be open until April 16th.
Well, that's good. That's a
So
good
that's
question.
the top.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good question. Without diving into it too much, I mean, because resupply, right? There's consumables, food, water. They're fuel. They're all consumables, right? They all have to be replaced in time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I have a Christmas tree. If you wait a second, I need to see if I can get it out somehow. The grumpy old guy says, I'm good for the next 18 months. I'll be gone all day the 23rd. And
Well,
by
I
the
mentioned.
way,
Yep.
I mentioned this now. I almost forgot. Next week, my live stream will not be at Saturday. It will be on Friday instead. For one reason,
Alright.
actually 2 reasons. Because my kids come at Saturday evening, so I don't want to stream when they are here. So,
Yeah, no,
and
that's cool.
the other thing is I have to go up early on Sunday morning on Christmas Eve because I am going to my in-laws' house for
Yeah, I
to
figured that much.
celebrate the Christmas. So that's why.
Yeah.
I have to move my stream to Friday instead.
Yeah, just post something on your community board after the stream's over. That way everyone's got multiple ways of getting that intel or the notice or something like that. Right? The next stream will be on a Friday at the same time. Gonna do alright.
Yeah.
No, we understand. Great. Now what are we all gonna do next Saturday at this time? Shadow will be on. What are we gonna do? Hey, Hookah, maybe we can stream together next week.
Well,
right? We'll have Apprentice Veteran, GP come on. It's be like, because Shadow can't stream on Saturday, we're doing it now.
So we have my stream begins Friday 22nd. So
I see. See, now I start to hum the Christmas carol. So. I just good.
I'll be smoking turkey and brisket the 23rd. Okay.
Yeah. See, Shadow, this is why I'm posting my Christmas message on Friday. On that Friday. Well, because technically Christmas Day's on a Monday, right? And it gives time because probably people are because it's the end of the week already.
Yeah.
Christmas vacation for the kids out of school and all that stuff, right? Anyone actually going somewhere is probably gonna go out on that Friday or Saturday, right? No one's probably not gonna want to travel on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, whenever possible, right? They'll get to their location, relatives, family members sooner than later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beat the rush, right? So to speak. Especially if it might snow or whatever, right? It's probably better to be more proactive and take a day off and take the day earlier. This is where Huga's gonna be like, so what are you getting me, CR? I know she's thinking about it. I know she's thinking about it. Yeah, indeed. Right here.
Indeed, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, no, actually, I actually have to. I'm making a homemade gift for someone. I actually have to finish it. Actually, technically, I have to start it. I'll probably start it tomorrow, though. It won't take me that long, but I just need to do it. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I've given them gifts throughout the year anyways, but this is just specifically for this time of year. Just because I can. I mean, especially if you haven't seen someone for a while, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Come on.
I know.
I think we all can agree that aside from last year and this year, the previous 2 years before that, many of us didn't actually see a lot of people over the holiday season in terms of just because how it was, right? We were all doing video chats and all this stuff, right? But as soon as we got to see people again, right, realizing, yeah, I want to come by with a gift, not because I have to, because I want to. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I always say to people, I'm like, you don't have to offer me a gift. Do it because you want to, not because you feel like you have to. You know, because of the season or it's your birthday or whatever, right? Because I've heard people do these things year round all the time, not just because it's on a special occasion. It's I got to do it because it's their birthday, it's Christmas or whatever, right? Remember, giving a gift should be something you do year round whenever possible, and not just because it's on a special day of the year or, you know, quote unquote, it's tradition, it's customary to give a gift. Remember, just do it year round. It's just like prepping. It's just like you don't need to pick a specific month or day just to do it. Just do it year round, where it becomes second nature, day to day type of thing. Something you just do. You don't have to think about it, right? You're just doing it because you want to, not just because I got to do it on this day because it's this day. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
All right.
We all have our own opinions.
All right.
Right.
So I think my headset will be charged though. I really hope my headset's charged. And
It should be. Be right back. Tattooing bunnies, and I got a squirmer here. Okay.
I'm assuming you guys can hear me. I have the
Our
headset
flipping
back in.
government Congress went on Christmas break yesterday. Nobody gets that much time off. No wonder they don't accomplish anything. Huh. I agree with that.
But yeah, like I said, I try to do things year round whenever possible. Now, and not just have one day for it only, in my opinion. But it's just how I am. No.
Yeah.
So Shadow, let me ask you I guess I can ask you a question. I'm your co-host. Besides,
Yeah, sure.
have you added to that water and food? You haven't posted a video about that for a while.
No, I haven't.
So basically, it's just been like the last time.
So well, it's close to Christmas, so I don't. So I need to get back to that later.
No, I understand. Like even for me, I've been dwindling on some of the supplies that need to be resupplied eventually in time. I'm talking about specifically food. You know, because sometimes people are waiting for a sale or whatever, right? And stuff like that. Like, because remember, the food and the water and the fuel is consumable. It will go down. You always have to resupply it at some form or another, right? Because you're consuming it all the time. You know what I mean? You know, the fuel for snowblower, water to make coffee, to food to put on the table, right? All that stuff gets consumed, and eventually you need to resupply that. Because one of the things that people say, oh, I got lots of food, I'm good on that. Remember, that's for right now. 2 weeks, a month, 6 months later, it'll change again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it doesn't always factor in certain things like, you know, mice get into it, get spoiled, lose half of it or whatever, right? And so always remember, if you just, like, I'm not trying to criticize, but, what can I remember the Shadow said earlier? Sorry. Grumpy old guy said about 18 months, right? like I'm happy that you said about 18 months, but that's probably ideal, right? If everything
Yeah.
remains, right, without rationing, right? But in some certain situations, I always remember that's ideal. You may have to consume more than you need in terms of calories, food, or you may lose part of it. Let's say due to
Yeah.
fire, flooding, and stuff like that. So I'm always trying to be pushing a minimal amount, like at least minimal amount of time, in terms of not saying 18 months, but I'm gonna say a year instead, at least, right? I know it's be like but I can stretch. So I'd say, oh, I'm good for 6 months, but I can stretch it to a year if I have to. That kind of deal, right? So I have a minimal amount of time at least, right? So, for example, if that 6 months goes by, now I need to pick up my A game again, right? And then just go throughout the whole year and be like, oh, I'm still good, and then pick up my A game until the end of the year. But anyways, that's my opinion about that. Hey, it's Rebel Canners. Hi, Tammy. Just pop in there.
Hey, Tammy. Good to see you, man.
You're due for a freezer clean out challenge meal, Sassy. You know what? If you think about it, wintertime is probably, depending on how cold it gets, it's probably the best time to do it. Really. Because, like, when you're emptying out a freezer or whatever, you know what I mean, Shadow? Like, if you're going to empty out a freezer because you got to clear it out, it's probably better to do it in the wintertime, in my opinion, than in the summer.
Yeah.
Because in the summer, it's like, let's say 88 Fahrenheit, 30 Celsius outside. It's so warm inside. Your stuff's just going to fall out while it's just sitting on the counter while you organize your freezer. It's probably better to do it in the wintertime when it's colder. That way that stuff doesn't fall out as much. And besides, you can use stuff like snow and coolers to keep it cold while you're organizing it, right? Clearing out that freezer, reorganizing it, right? Because you don't want things falling out partially. Because it's usually not good to refreeze stuff. You know what I mean? Especially with things like meat, right? That's why I've never clear out a freezer in the summertime. It's always in the winter, January, February. That's the only time I do it, because it just seems pointless doing it any other time of the year, unless you really have to. In my opinion. Yes, hi Tammy. I see you. I like how she showed up right when we were talking about food. You notice that? You notice that? You guys always say, "Oh, see, I showed up when we're talking about food." And speak of which, see, I'm actually going for my freezer right now. I'm actually taking a look for myself. Oh yeah, I forgot I have ice cream here. As I look at some of this stuff right now. Oh yeah, did I tell you, Shadow? You guys haven't seen it yet, but I've been freezing some of that tomato stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try it out by actually doing it. But the only way to test it, try it out, to see how good the consistency taste is, let me just freeze it for X amount of time and try it out in January or February, March. It's the only way to learn, right? People can tell me, oh, it tastes like this, it tastes like that. Don't use it for this, use it for soups only. I'm just gonna try it out and experiment by actually doing it and not just watching people doing it. People have done this, people say this, right? I'm just gonna try it out for myself and learn by doing it, right? Not just watching a video. And besides, if it turns out well, I'll just do it again next year, the time after, right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad Sassy brought up that freezer thing, because I haven't really mentioned that on my channel, as usual. You know, Shadow, I kind of noticed I mentioned a lot more stuff on your channel on these live streams than in my own live streams.
Yeah.
See the benefits of showing up with Shadow streams. Shadow's
Indeed.
streams on Saturday. There's a lot more over here. He never
Yeah.
tells us this on his own streams or videos, but he'll tell us like 3 hours into the video, the stream on Shadows all the time. He just spills all the beans out. He just lets it all out. He ain't holding nothing back. Weekly. Welcome back, Grumpy. But yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, one of the things I did, Shadow, with some, like, I pureed it or mixed it or blended it, but I actually added in some vegetables into it, even green onion, because I've been growing some green onions too, right? And in terms of, you know, using that stuff, right? Because the mix that I made there's no seasoning in it. I
Yeah.
decided not to season it because I can always season it after, right? But I just added the green onion in just for some flavor, but it's written down on it. I'll have to try it out. I've heard other people doing this. Like I said, I've seen videos. I watched some videos right before I even started it, but the taste, it's just one of those things you just got to do it yourself, all right? Like even Sassy's still here, right? He's still here, right? I'm assuming Sassy's still here, right? Sassy, you did all that coffee stuff, coffee creamer stuff, right? Go check out those videos, by the way. I like those videos. But even for her, she had to just try it out, test it for herself, do the math. Is this cost effective? How well does it taste? Because in terms of cooking and stuff like that, anything you consume in terms of like drink, food, or whatever, you have your preference for taste, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But sometimes you just have to try said meal, try this drink, try this mix out. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
Like, better to, instead of, it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna preserve all this food. Have you even tried that before, right? Before, like, it's like canning a whole bunch of one certain food, but you've never actually tried it out at all, right? But you preserve 1,000 jars. Then you realize that first jar, second jar, third jar, fifth jar, you don't like it. What are you gonna do with their 995 of it, right? So it's better to know. It's just like how people say in the preparedness community, store what you eat, right? If you enjoy it, then store it. Whichever it is. If you don't like rice and beans, then don't store rice and beans. If you like pasta, then store that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's no point in wasting food. Because in my opinion, we waste way too much food at times. I say we, I mean in society as general. We do. I've seen that. People waste food. Right? They cook too much. They don't put it away, and it spoils on the counter because they didn't put it in the fridge before they went to bed, and they wake up the next day, and it's just like, it's been sitting out all day, all night, and it's meat, right? Instead of putting it in the freezer, fridge or whatever before they went to bed, or right after they made their meal,
the fridge or the freezer,
right? And they leave it out all night. That's too far gone, because the way that, but to a certain degree, right? But yeah, I can't stand that. As a person that likes to eat, I cannot stand food waste. It's one thing to waste a crumb, I dropped the berry on the ground. That's one thing, but to waste a whole plate, half a plate, or a quarter of a plate of food, that's way too much. Because that's almost a whole meal in itself. That's another meal that just got wasted. Right? When we got like people that are starving on the streets, homeless people starving, Arab countries that are starving. Right?
Yeah.
Here I am just wasting half a plate of food. Yeah. Sorry, I ranted on that, but I just wanted to say that. Oh, you get a 4-point pressure canner on yard sale, so just try out.
On a yard sale?
Okay.
That's awesome.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Grumpy, yeah. Oh, that's a good thing too. Still here. Yeah. But yeah, just try it out. Even the food rations, right? Like I had
Yeah.
a food ration that expired in 2021. I tried it out.
Yeah.
I gave and now I know when people say, "Oh yeah, it tastes like it has a lemony cookie flavor or whatever." Yeah, but it's kind of dry. Now I know, right? Right now I know what it tastes like. Instead, of just storing it and never trying it out. It's just like there's whenever possible, try this. Especially if you can get two of said item, try one out.
Yeah.
Right? If it's about to expire, try it out. Right? No, because there's just some things you just don't know. People can describe taste to a certain degree and how dry it is, but sometimes the best way is to actually consume it yourself and taste it and do it yourself, right? And make your own judgment call on it, how much you like it, right?
Yeah.
Like now, if I ever get more food, if I get food rations, I'll be like, I'll be a little bit more hesitant because I'm like, it's kind of dry. I can eat it, but it's kind of dry, you know. So I might opt for dehydrated food over that, just because you know what I mean. So it depends. It's just like trying out something like a freeze dried meal or something like that, or even an MRE, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kaylin does MRE reviews, right, and stuff like that. Sassy, she did. That was freeze dried stuff, wasn't it? Wasn't it from the Patriot Food Supply? Yeah, and just try it out, right? Because some of the meals or whatever you might like more, while everyone's not so much, right?
Yeah. I
And
agree
try to
with that.
gravitate towards things that you enjoy, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're just storing stuff that you don't enjoy or whatever, it's just a waste of time, money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's wasted. Yeah. I agree. I agree.
I mean, it's one thing if someone gifted it to you or whatever, but if you actually spend money on it, your hard-earned money, and you're not gonna eat it, it's just food and trash, and it's just like you're not. And people will be like, "Oh, if I'm really hungry, I'll eat it." Are you sure about that? Are you sure you'd still eat it if you're really, really hungry, or you're just gonna be like, "Screw it, I'm not gonna eat it. I'd rather starve and then eat it." Right?
Well, the problem is when you get really, 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 really hungry, you eat basically almost everything.
To a certain degree, to a certain point. There's some things you may still not want to eat, just because you just can't overcome that. I gotta eat this. I guess you swallow your pride. See how I just made that up? Swallow your pride, and
Yeah.
right, and just put it in your mouth and swallow it right away, right? You won't even
Yeah.
bite on it, chew it, or anything like that, right? You just consume it as sustenance or calories, not for flavor. Like if you were eating a steak or something like that, you're not savoring the taste. Right?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Meals and jar. Yeah. Dehydrated. Yeah. See, I'm kind of right there that Olive Garden said, yeah. Do not waste meat. Yeah. Yeah. In general, don't waste food in general. Yeah. And apparently, Gurby said, "Ever eat Maltese?" Something simple like soup. Yeah. I like soups generally more in the wintertime, just because I don't like consuming them in the summertime.
Yeah.
Because I have to heat them up, and it's heating up my core body temperature. I don't mind them when it's cooler out. Right. That's why any type of soups or whatever, I tend to get them in the wintertime. unless they're on sale in the summer, whatever, right? Something like that. That's different.
Grumpy says a week's worth of the 24-hour humanitarian daily rations. After that, you can eat anything. Yeah, probably.
Wow. Like I said, I mean, like, there's, because I've heard people say, "Oh, I don't like dry powdered milk. It's a texture thing. I don't like a texture." A lot of the times, it's not because of food allergies or something like that, or you're allergic to it. Let's say, lactose intolerance, peanuts, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Where it's an actual allergy. Sometimes people's preference is because of texture. Well, you know what? You may change your mind if you're really hungry. You may change your mind about that powdered milk when you don't have actual milk to put in your coffee, right, Sassy? Right? You may change your mind. I mean,
Yeah,
personally, I'm not that
Yeah, if you have starved for 3 weeks, you will definitely.
You might change your mind.
You
Swallow
will
your pride.
definitely. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not a picky eater, right? There are certain little things I don't like as much, but I'm not picky in terms of texture. Because sometimes you just mask the texture or change the texture and it changes things. Right?
Yeah.
You know,
That's awesome, Huga.
oh wow. Coming Monday. Yeah. So are you guys all surprised I'm talking about food now? It's like, oh my god. I can't believe we're talking to food with CR.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do, grumpy old guy.
Yeah, do what you can.
Actually, Huga, I haven't eaten any MREs myself.
But maybe in time you'll get a taste of it, like literally say. Right? It's, do
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Like, I can't believe
CR
you guys
always
got.
talks about food and being hungry.
I'm in a pantry area right now and just looking at stuff and just realizing, you know, how fortunate I am to have food. Or there's some people out there
Yeah.
that have less, or some of the homeless people out there. Like some of the homeless people, there's one channel I'm subscribed to, right? They are homeless, right? And I always ask them all the time I come in, "Hey, what's up?" Blah 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 at channel, right? Have you eaten today? I always ask them that, right? Because water you can get to, relatively speaking, right? Food can be a little bit more tricky to come across without,
Yeah.
if you can't buy it and you're not dumpster diving and there's nothing to forage and it's the middle of the winter. Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's right, CR. We are fortunate to have food. Yeah.
Yeah, right. We're gonna think about the homeless people or the less fortunate people. I guess the food bank and
Yeah.
organizations like that, they've had a hard time in the last couple of years recently, right?
Yeah.
Because with inflation going up, people are less likely to donate because they have less to donate, physically to donate, right?
Yeah. I agree
You know what
with
I mean?
that. Yeah,
'Cause
I know.
it just, I've been hearing about this time and time again, right? Both here in Canada and the US. It's just difficult, right? I mean, if you can help people out, try to, right? But I always say, even if you don't donate to a food bank, if you have food and it's still relatively good, right? You just don't like it as much, but it's still, someone else might like it. Gift it to someone that actually needs it directly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't like ramen noodles or whatever, instant noodles? You got too many or whatever? Go find a homeless person and give it to them. Directly to them. Right. Forgo going around the food bank or donating it to a secondary place or whatever. Just donate it directly to them. Right. Right to the people that need it, right? It would probably help them out. make their day, because it would raise their morale to a certain degree too, right? Because I know homeless people will eat ramen even if it's dry without cooking it. It's not quite the same, but because I've known people to do that before, right? They're starving, they'll eat dry ramen noodles, right? Okay, but it would raise their morale, right? They would have at least something to eat for one day, right?
Yeah.
Or if you really want to be nice, you heat it up for them and cook it for them. If you're really that inclined, right? Like I remember taking a can of beans that I found. It was sealed, right? No bulge or anything like that. The expiry, the best before, was way in the future still, right? I donated it directly to someone, or directly to people that can use it. I didn't just leave it in a hamper, a food bank hamper, or anything like at the store or something like that, because it's better to get that stuff directly to the people in your own area that need it, especially if you know someone, right?
Yeah.
If you, let's say you're doing pretty well, but you know someone's on hard times, right? Give the food directly to them, right? That way they get it right away. They don't have to go through a bunch of red tape and stuff like that, hurdles, wait in line at the food bank, right? They can just get it right away and use it today, right? Because if it's something like food, they probably could use it right away. They probably haven't eaten today, stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Aw. You're awesome, Huga. Yeah. You guys are awesome.
I agree.
See, that's just how I can tell, CP, I can tell how good your core is. Just by hearing that.
Yeah.
Just by hearing you out. Alright? I mean, I try to do stuff as much as possible too, right? Try to help people out. Especially people in your own area, relatively speaking. State, town, whatever, right? Because the more hurting your state, area, town, city is, overall, it's probably gonna hurt you in time too. Because it's just like the group, right? If the group starts to fall, eventually in time you will too. You know what I mean, Shadow?
Yeah.
Right? But that's why you gotta keep the group morale and keep it going. Because if it starts to drop, you're probably gonna start to go down too, right? And besides, you can't help people if you're in danger and starving yourself. Right? I can't give you food if I don't have food that I'm growing or stocking up on my own, right? You know what I mean? It's just like the airplane scenario with the oxygen mask, right? They specifically say, help yourself first, then help your child or whatever, right? Because if you go down, you can't help them. In that same way, if you're starving or whatever, don't have water, you're not helping someone else with food and water because you don't even have any to spare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, it's not to be selfish. It's just so you can keep going, have the energy, the nutrition to keep going and doing these things to help people that don't have it, right? Because if you don't have the nutrition, if you're tired and out, you're not no help to anyone. You're tired and all that stuff and just lethargic all the time. You're not really that effective in helping other people, right? Like it's like if you're injured, there's no point. Try to help people, but remember that you might be slowing down the group overall because you're injured, right? That's what I always say. Take care, Rebel Canners. People won't call me back about where they need a box that week, but I know they have a Lego. Yeah.
CR, I think we wrap things up now. It's late.
Yeah. So. I'm getting hungry. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can go and get you some
No.
food or something.
I've been trying to not limit my food, but not waste food either,
Yeah,
as much as possible. Like I said, when you have
yeah,
when you have when you feel safe, have adequate shelter, not thirsty, have something in your belly, everything else doesn't seem so bad
yeah.
at times, right? Because you're gonna keep going, like I said. Oh yeah, Shadow. So you'll have like
You're welcome.
topics for like next month, all January now.
Well, I have at least
That's what you said.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
So you should be good until the
10,
spring.
11
You're good till
topics.
spring. So you're good till
Yeah,
like almost April.
yeah.
Well, that's good, because if there's a topic you want to throw in, you can still change it out. Just kind of
So
bump it around.
Yeah. So I have a lot of topics.
Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, I just didn't want to come up with all the topics for you. I want someone else to share this spotlight.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I want to share
Thank you,
with someone.
Cisco.
I want to share
I
with something
appreciate
with you.
it. I'm glad you liked it.
I want to share something with you in the backstage after, real quick.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry.
figured.
Don't worry. 5 minutes only. This guy's special. I like to talk to him backstage.
Yeah. Yeah, Georgrid and I shut this down. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate that.
We'll see you.
And I will see you next week on Friday next week.
Yeah, Friday's next stream, by the
Friday.
way.
Yeah,
22nd.
that stream is already up, so it's waiting, basically.
Something
So,
on your community board the day before or something like that, or the day of, the
yeah,
day before,
yeah,
so people will get the
22nd.
memo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people are
December 22nd.
always assuming Saturday, right? So you change the
Yeah,
schedule, you're
but
gonna
now,
notify
yeah,
people.
Friday 22nd is
Same time.
Yeah, same time. No
Yeah.
change there. So it's same time there. So thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate that, and have a great day, night, morning, wherever
Take
you
care,
are
everyone.
in this world. Stay safe. Take care.
And
God knows.
ShadowScoutSwede is awesome.